Post up, pick a valve. Sexy way from the girls to go. Shit. Baby, I can get in your mind. I can make you never love another bitch. Yeah. Hey, baby. We was just vibing at first. Then it turned into something real special. You inspired this, baby. This your shit. Yeah. Let me talk to you. Double RT, property kosher grip. T cloud in the bar 3. Fresh out the country club, fresh out where the stars be. Read it all, kept the doors. I was always worried, daddy, you leave me for hoes. Dang, and then that we said that you leave me for a tour. Had a day with lunch and savor. Damn, I forgot to mention. Hey, baby, called me Tootsie Pop. The center of attention made me come in and serious. Said she missed the period. Dang, tipping 1,000 get you the husband experience. Money well spent. I came in this retro belly. Blazing Stefano Ricci. Shades of my Lou Kelly. Climb on top. She put her lips on my tongue. She busting up when I ate the pussy. This bitch getting strong. I got her legs on top of shoulders, ain't no way to run. We lay together, we pray together. Baby, I try, yeah. Oh, mom and papa raised a really nice girl. She said for you, nigga, alright, yeah. Oh, baby, give me a nice word. She be fucking every day. Oh, she a really nice girl. She be begging me to stay. Oh, ow. Just another way we be loving to it. Fucking in public places, she love to do it. Tamper with different mixes, sample the different bitches. Told me don't cut the corners, I'm ample with quicker fixes. One of a kind, existentialist. Wrote letters inside the walls, I sealed them and sent the kiss. Follow the Perry on, her body just like a funnel. Drinking it from her toes, I'm thinking let's make a puddle. Love when we made a mess, I'm thinking let's make a movie. These coppers is up to something, these niggas they trying to do me. Models, I had them all, lobsters and caviar, scallops and truffle butter, her mama, she had me cold. Hey ma, know the bitch stay fly, niggas shoot up and come to play wins game time. I got the camera, she finger fucking on FaceTime. Yeah, let's do it now, I don't wanna waste time. Yeah, baby I try, yeah. Papa raised a really nice girl. She said for you, nigga, alright, yeah. Oh, baby, give me a nice toy. She be fucking every day. Oh, she's a really nice girl. She be begging me to stay. Oh, ow. Baby, I try, yeah. My mom and papa raised a really nice girl. She said for you, nigga, alright, yeah. Oh, baby, give me a nice toy. She be fucking every day. Oh, she's a really nice girl. She be begging me to stay. Oh, ow. This goes out to you, baby. You know who you are. Yeah. It's only one of me, baby. Boys down bigger vibe. Pulling the music too. Ow.
Yeah. Salute out to everybody tuning in. Hit that like button, that share button, hit that subscribe button. Got a lot going on. A lot of interesting topics. So much news, man. Playoffs. We got the playoffs in the house. Memphis versus Warriors. Ja Morant goes down. Ironically, it's by the same guy he just got fined $75,000 for. And you know how that goes. Yeah, dudes. Salute, Jack. Man, thank y'all for tuning in. And that like button, that share button, that subscribe button. Got a lot of interesting news, man. Big U extortion. Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf situation unraveling. We had another shooting in Dallas. For we got a deportation. El Salvador said they can't return him back. How can they do it? He can't have no power to do it. We got P. Diddy. Trump news, of course, tariffs, deportations. Let's go to ABC 7 News, WJLA. Case of deported Maryland man remains in limbo as judge to orders testimony from U.S. official.
Tonight, a Maryland family is still waiting to see if the mistakenly deported father will be brought back to the U.S. after yet another obstacle. Thank you for joining us. I'm Michelle Marsh.
And I'm Scott Thuman. There's another court hearing today as loved ones try to get Kilmar Abrego Garcia back to Maryland. And our Maryland bureau chief, Brad Bell, just got out from that hearing. Brad, what's the latest? And I also see there's a big crowd with you now.
Yeah, so I'll just give a quick scene setter first. Yeah, these are all the protesters that are here in support of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The crowd has grown today, the largest group I've seen. You can hear what they're chanting, bring him home now, now, now. Well, that's not happening. I can tell you that as after this hearing, we have still no final resolution. The judge heard from the government in this case, lawyers from the Department of Justice representing President Trump's administration. And he made it very clear that the position of the administration is that they say they're following an order of the Supreme Court to facilitate his return, meaning that if he shows up at they'll bring him into the United States, they'll take him back into custody, and they'll either deport him again to a third country, or they will, the judge's order prevents him being deported to El Salvador and send him right back there. Well, the judge is in pause right now. She is saying she's still not getting the answers she wants. Those answers are what is being done to get this man out of that prison in El Salvador. And so she's setting up about a 2-week period, not to get too deeply into the legalese of this, but to create a record. And so the plaintiffs can ask direct questions of those in the government who have direct knowledge of Mr. Abrego Garcia's situation in that prison, and then they can respond. And then after a period of a couple of weeks, the judge will bring them back in. And she says, if they are acting in good faith, she may rule in one way or another. Now, she is not, to be clear, ordering the administration to ask El Salvador to release him. She said it's possible that that would cross the line and go beyond her authority in these matters. So, bottom line, another 2 weeks in limbo for this case as the sides hash it out. The government, the Trump administration holding firm. They're not bringing this man to the United States. These supporters saying they're not going to give up. In Greenbelt, Brad Bell, 7 News.
All right, Brad, thank you. Meanwhile, Maryland Senator Chris McCullen is updating what he told 7 News yesterday about his plans to go to El Salvador if Kilmar Abrego Garcia is not returned to the United States.
I hope to meet with officials of the government of El Salvador. I don't know if the president is going to be in country at that time. I also hope to visit this notorious prison to see Abrego Garcia, to let him know that his family and friends are very worried about him, as am I. I think that the situation for both the Trump administration and the president of El Salvador is unsustainable because the Supreme Court, as you reported, by 9-0, has said the Trump administration has to facilitate his return. And you have the president of El Salvador saying, well, I don't have the power to release him.
We are also learning tonight that the Justice Department has fired an immigration lawyer who worked on Abrego Garcia's deportation case for the.
Salute.
Salute, Ken.
Right now we're looking at the portion of this guy in Maryland. I think it was like mistaken identity. I believe he was illegal, nevertheless, but they put him in that that new facility in El Salvador, and
Yeah, I'm a little familiar
he's
with
not
it.
doing too. Yeah, he gets enough. I mean, you know, I definitely, you know,
The government. That all according to CNN.
Now, we previously reported the attorney was first placed on administrative leave over concerns with his handling of the case, in which he admitted the government chose not to share evidence about Abrego Garcia and the deportation effort.
We've been keeping very close tabs on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case. It's made national headlines for weeks now, and you can find all of our local coverage on WJLA.com. And you can scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now, and that will bring you to all of our reports on the 7 News YouTube channel.
So is he illegal or not?
Well, he's illegal, but he's not a gang member per se or whatever. So,
but he is an illegal
it
alien.
don't really have. He is an illegal alien. That's why the guy was saying he don't have a right. Like, how can he, you know, send him back? Just me, salute. You know, and that's what the guy was saying. How, you know, he don't have the power to send him back. He's already, you know, sent a terrorist back. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's already.
If he's an illegal alien and that's the law, then hey, I wish he would send all the child molesters and the murderers over there.
Is that real?
Our jails out.
What that real?
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. The
what's
whole
that?
thing about that is,
Babu.
it's
Salud, where have you been?
Man, shit. I've been busy.
It's good to
I'm
hear
gonna
your
miss you.
voice.
You too. I black love you.
I black love you black.
There you go.
I've been wanting to talk to you anyway about the Carmelo Anthony.
What about it?
And how they going crazy, wanting him dead and threatening him, and the clan threatening the family, and what's going on? The hatred is real.
Out of the loop. Tell me about that.
The judge had to relocate, and Carmelo Anthony's parents, they used the money they got off the GoFundMe and stuff, over the 400,000+. They used that to relocate.
For what? What happened?
Isn't that allegedly? Aren't they just making that up? Didn't the media make that up?
No. This is all real today. This is all real.
So they moved. They had to move because of the threats, right?
They moved into a private gated community, And the judge got the FBI looking into all these, like, cyber attacks and stuff.
Yeah. Because this boy defended himself after two known thugs, European thugs, decide that they're going to, in a public park, remove him from where he was trying to run from the grain like everyone else. Straight A student, a hero, actually saved a drowning boy. Good kid. Looking towards college, 17 years old. Two white thugs decide to jump him, and he pulled a knife out of his bag and killed one.
Okay, self-defense.
United States of America, Europeans are going crazy behind it. I'm talking about, if you just go on any blog, you'll see where the threats they're making. I mean, I'm shocked at the people even on my page talking about, even some of us talking about he had no right to kill him. Why Charleston, what's his name? The guy
Charleston White.
Yeah, he's talking about he shouldn't have bought no knife. He should have worked with his hands. These
Wait. He's the first person to always say, I'll pull my gun out.
That's what I'm talking about. He contradicted himself. He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, he's getting paid. He's a coon.
Exactly. Complete coon. Talking about he should have used his hands. He's a coward. Use your hand against two known thugs. And he's a good kid. He was scared to death. Black boys are scared of white people.
As they should be.
And it's interfering with their health. And it needs to be something done about it based on the fact that our men have grown up in too much fear.
Black men have the highest numbers in hypertension. And it's
Exactly. With my studies and working with youth for so long, I'm putting together a book about it right now. Literally, it's ridiculous. This is crazy. And the way they're treating them is just like they did that little girl, Ruby Bridges, who was walking to school and they were spitting on her and telling her to die, and 6-year-old black girl. This is the same effect. It's unbelievable, the racism that's going on behind this. I'm talking about it is a complete war behind it.
It's always been there.
Exactly, but I mean,
that's why I tell people history is important. They don't think it is, because when you see history, you see that it's never gone away.
Exactly. Well, racism is alive and well. They invented it.
Yeah.
They came up with the Jim Crow laws. They came up with the laws against the color of their skin. These kids' parents, the twins' parents, knew they were bullies, drug addicts, got pictures of them with their shotguns. I mean, you can just put them with Zimmerman and the rest of the crew, and they fit right in.
Same scenario in reverse, they wouldn't even be tripping.
Oh, no. He would be having dinner at the White House with Trump.
Kyle, what's his name? Shot them two people?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, they made him a hero.
Absolutely. Took his gun across state lines under minors.
Gun, not a knife, a gun.
Gun. Exactly. What about the one that went in the church and shot up all those people? And they went and took him to Burger King to get something to eat.
Hey, white supremacy is real.
But you know what happened this time that really warmed my soul? Was the fact that GoFundMe sent everybody their money back and refused to allow the parents to get the money. But
wow,
that's
racist right there.
Yes, but we put together what's it called, pimpin'? What's it called? The organization Give, Send, Go?
Roni.
Something like that. We created our own and raised all the money to get them out.
Good. That's some bullshit. That's some champion bullshit.
It's on that level. It's on that level where GoFundMe makes all their money off of our stories.
They just getting started. This white supremacy is just their back is against the wall.
Well, with Trump in office, they really think that they're getting away with everything. You
If
know,
you got hate in your
they
heart,
got
let
off
it
on the
out.
January 6th.
That's what Trump told him. If you got hate in your heart, let it out.
Let it out. They're good people.
It's always been there.
They're good
We're just
people.
holding it in.
That's why they put him in office so he can represent them.
Yes.
But
yes.
it's backfiring on all of them.
They don't. You know, a lot of them still don't care. They're like, well, we know he's gonna make this a white supremacy world because Elon Musk is rolling with him, and he threw 2 Hicks out, sig out. So we good.
Yeah, they just hit me to the Ku Klux Klan symbol on the front of the Teslas.
Wow.
I had no idea. Just learned that yesterday.
Wow. Well, you know he's from South Africa.
Exactly,
I don't
but
know.
I didn't know the level.
You got
With black
you
servants.
gotta put allegedly. You gotta put allegedly on that because
Allegedly.
even
Allegedly,
on some, well, the whole thing about it, even on some racist shit, the KKK would go against everything that a neo-Nazi would stand for. I mean, I ain't gonna say would stand for, but they just it would be two different things. So it would I can't see a KKK on a I can't see a symbol like that on a Tesla. You got to show that. You need to send the link on that. You just can't
Yeah,
spew
they
that
say
out
you
there.
take a picture of the symbol that's on the front of the Tesla and turn it upside down. It's the Ku Klux Klan.
I got Twitter. I got Elon Musk shit for a year, and that's why I be streaming from too. So I can't be up here just spewing that kind of stuff. We got to show that.
Here, let me get it for you.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's definitely a big alleged.
Yeah, well, you know, it was alleged till
Yeah.
yesterday when I saw it for myself.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Damn. The KKK sign on a T.
It's a symbol of a Klansman when you turn it upside down. And one of the celebrities, one of the actresses pulled hers over and told him to come get it because of it. And that's how everybody started learning about it. Allegedly. But hold on, let me get the symbol for you.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Hey, they've changed the flag on the government sites for the 9 stars.
What?
Hey, let me ask something.
Well, go ahead and ask.
Hey.
What's going on in Sudan, man?
Originally Nubia? I don't know. What's happening right now?
Man, you know, them babies over there, man, they dying from starvation, malnutrition. They being raped and killed.
Yeah, white supremacy is going hard right now.
That's got something to do with Sudan?
Everything, bro. They try to just shut down the world to keep us from coming up, from rising.
No, but in Sudan, that's the white people doing that?
Sudan is originally
That's been going on.
It breaks
They go
my
to
heart.
Africa's like they Walmart.
Exactly.
The people, the minerals, the diamonds, the jewels, all of that. It's all they just go there and shop.
Man, I know it popped up
They've
on
been
my
doing
phone.
this since Leopold and Queen Elizabeth. Come on.
Man, King Leopold, woo, that dude.
Come on now. We don't even talk about what he did to him.
See, like when people don't hear that story, they don't realize how diabolical and just plainly wicked these people can be for no reason other than they feel superior.
No, but this was on the news tonight, Channel 7.
Yeah, did you see those Haitians, what they did to them in Texas?
No. What happened over there?
Really? They
Shit,
literally got on
keep
their
up with.
horses with whips and guns.
Oh,
and
yeah.
A boatload of Haitians, it had to be about 300 or 400 of them, had disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them.
The Border Patrol.
Say green.
I mean, you can literally see them chasing them like they did the slaves.
Hey.
Tanisha, salute.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings.
What's
Greetings.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm showing him the Tesla logo, how it symbolizes the Ku Klux Klan. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
That wouldn't shock me one bit. I mean, if you know the history of his
I
family.
ain't gonna say Jackman, but I just gotta say alleged because I mean that's some deep shit
Okay,
to say.
Ronnie. Is Trump racist yet?
Are you serious?
I'm
Are you
dead serious.
serious? Are you
I'm asking
serious? Are you serious?
I want to see.
I'm saying what kind of left field question is that?
Oh, you still in the cold? My bad. I thought he would have showed
Nah,
you
I'm
by now.
just saying.
It's been popping out and
What
showing
kind of
like a
question?
hawk.
You know what I'm saying? Is he racist? I don't know. I don't think so. Do you think he's racist?
Well, he took down all the black people in the White House and in government facilities.
Man,
I don't
Joe
know.
Biden hired trash. I don't blame him for taking out that shit Joe Biden had in there.
Oh, you racist too? Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Nigga hating that like that is crazy.
Listen, from what I'm seeing, this shit right here was so intentional. You got to put it in the private chat, man. You got to put it in the private chat.
Brother,
Put it in the private. Yeah,
what was it like
hold,
when
hold,
you were
hold
black?
on, I'm about to get back to you.
What was it like when you were
From
black,
what I'm
brother?
hold on, from what I'm seeing, it looked like Joe Biden had put in the worst of the worst just to make Trump look like a superstar right now.
Yo, dude, the mental gymnastics you kicking right now, bro.
Man, listen, man. So far so good, man. He's done more as in the past. He's done more in the past few months than these motherfuckers done in all 8 years. Like
More of what? More destroying America? What do you think?
in order to fix this shit, you gotta rip it apart. In order to fix it.
Okay. Whatever you say, you grow with. Because he said that. That's being in the cult. If he can't do nothing wrong and whatever you say you roll with, that's being in the cult.
That's not true.
All right. Sorry, brother. I still love you though.
I just put it in the chat, so you can go ahead and stick that up. And that's just one of them. There's so many of them on YouTube. You can pick either one you want. So what did I miss? What were you guys just talking about?
Let's go to the Kanye scope. Here's my review on the Kanye scope channel. Tesla logo controversy. Does Elon Musk carry KKK connotations?
Allegedly.
No, I was asking Ronnie, was Trump racist yet? And he said he don't know.
Well, he's getting better.
Good, my GS.
He would have said no.
Get the fuck out of here. You can't compare
During the
shit
campaign,
like that,
he would have told you, hell no, he's not.
Are you serious?
He's saying maybe now, so that's a major
I hope we
step.
can bring
white
that
to God.
Hey, bro, we're gonna try to bring you home until we get you home.
Don't worry, we got it's in him. It's in him.
But if the boat is sailing and you ain't home, we gotta let you go. We let you burn with them. Sorry.
Okay.
No, I gotta save him. I gotta help him. That's my people.
Let's look at the screen. Let's look at the screen. Are you serious?
No, play it. Play it. You don't know what you're looking at.
Welcome back to the Can I Scope. I'm your host, and today we're talking about a viral meme that's got everyone buzzing. Tesla's logo flipping upside down resembles the KKK hood, right? Now you might be thinking, what's the deal with Tesla? Well, let me tell you, Elon Musk's been under scrutiny lately. Just days ago, he was all over the news for his comments on art and culture. And then, Kanye West came at him with a controversy of his own. The guy wore some black robes in an interview that looked suspiciously like KKK attire. And now, Tesla's caught up in the mix. This whole thing, someone on TikTok flipped Tesla's logo upside down and said it looked like a KKK hood. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that's true or false. But what is true is that some people are taking issue with this design. And let me tell you why. The stylized T emblem, which was originally meant to represent an electric motor, now looks like it could be a symbol of hate. But here's the thing, we gotta put this in perspective. Tesla's been all about innovation and pushing boundaries, right? They're trying to make electric cars accessible to everyone. And Elon Musk is always talking about how important it is to think outside the box. So, why are people now saying that their logo looks like something from the KKK? Well, part of the problem is that we live in a world where symbols and imagery can be super subjective. One person might see a logo and think it's cool, while another person sees it as racist. And when you add social media to the mix, it can get even more complicated. But what's really interesting here is that this meme has come at a time when public discourse around hate groups and symbols is getting more heated than ever. Kanye West's recent controversy was just one example of how quickly these things can snowball out of control. And now, Tesla's. So, what do we take away from all this? Well, for one, it shows us that even the most well-intentioned designs can have unintended consequences. Important it is to be mindful of our words and actions, especially when they're visible to the world. And finally, it reminds us that when we talk about hate groups and symbols, we gotta be careful not to demonize or marginalize people who might not even agree with us. We gotta keep the conversations civil and respectful, even when we disagree. That's what the Caniscope is all about, keeping it real, keeping it honest, and keeping it lit. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
That one didn't sell me, but
I mean,
there's another one.
yeah,
But that one didn't sell me. I wouldn't go for it just off of that.
I mean, if you turn it upside down, that's what it do look like. But
yeah,
hey, now, hey, look,
you don't need that.
Babu, they can go right there. Yeah, hey, listen, upside down, I did see the cone, but you got to think about this too. It was humanoids that also had a cone head a time before this one.
What?
So, just like the movie Cone Heads and stuff like that. The movie Cone Heads is the original people. Those people are black and their heads are shaped like that. That shit was real.
See,
so
I
don't know.
Hey,
like
how you twist yourself like that?
I don't know. I couldn't. I don't know. He could be esoteric with this, or he could be racist. I don't know. Like I said, you turn it upside down.
You don't know. You don't know.
I did see the comment. I can't
How you do that with your brain?
You can't just put that. You can't just say that. Hey, listen, that video had 118 views.
Yo, man, I listen to conservatives on the news when they try to explain away the shit, especially the black ones. Especially when Trump say some racist shit and they try to explain it away. Bro, the shit that they do with their brain is amazing. You be doing that. That's crazy.
The hatred.
Like, how do you do that?
Man, listen. I do understand a lot of people that deal with this whole thing. They are blatant racists and stuff like that. But at the same time, I only can judge people by what they do that I see. If I don't know how you see some racism and I don't see it, I mean, we must got different eyes. I don't know, but nevertheless, though, you see what you want. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
brother,
I looked at that sign like upside down. It could be that, or it could be, like I said, it could be some esoteric, symbol. All that stuff be subliminal. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know where to go with that. I would need more detail than that right there.
Kind of like when the Cleveland Indians were the niggers. That was just a sign, right? A symbol. It had no real meaning to it, correct?
Kind of like what now? Smart toe.
So the Cleveland Indians were called the niggers. That's the name of and that's not allegedly, that's factual.
That's my first time hearing that too.
That's why history.
What about it?
Hold on, I'm gonna send it to you.
That's why history is important. When we forget,
Are
we
you
forget what they
hold on,
do.
hold on, hold on. Are you asking me, is that racist?
No, I'm telling you that, like you're saying that certain things, they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing.
Exactly.
These symbols are
Are you
not
talking
by
about
chance. This was carefully orchestrated.
the Washington Redskins? Or I never heard the Cleveland Browns called niggas. You talking about the Washington Redskins or something? Or
I'm saying the Cleveland Indians, who used to have the red Indian on their uniform, was called the niggers first, with the black Indian with a feather in his head.
The niggers. The hard R.
Niggers.
All right, Ronnie, look at it like this. Think about it. If you was white and you could just...
Hold on. There is historical evidence or record to suggest that the Cleveland Indians, now known as the Cleveland Guardians, were ever officially commonly referred to as that term. The team's name, which existed for over a century, was subject of much controversy, with many Native American groups and others finding name chief Wahoo logo to be offensive and insensitive, reflecting stereotypes.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm gonna show you a picture of it. They got a picture of the
It's
uniform.
not true. It's not true.
Okay, watch this.
It's
yes,
not
it is
true.
true.
Yeah,
Yes, it
it's
is
not true.
factual. Okay.
You know,
Well, hold on before you say it's not factual. Let me just show you some photos of the team with it on their shirts.
Ooh.
Not allegedly, but just hold on a second. I got you.
Let's see what you're talking about.
Okay, hold on. Hold on just a second.
It says like, yeah, see, okay, yeah, like that. Yeah, what you saying never happened. Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm gonna prove it to you in just a second. Give me 1 second, my dear. There's a whole history on it. James. I just sent it to you with the dates and whatever you need to know about it, when it was. And
Yeah, you got.
hold on a second. I'm gonna.
Yeah, Queen, it's Photoshop. It's Photoshop. They just threw that up there and made that. That's Photoshop.
Who told you that?
Photoshop. You can look.
Okay,
yeah,
hold
the
on.
photos. Yeah, they
Hold
just
on.
put in there.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me see if it's wrong.
Yeah, that's what.
Cleveland facts.
Yeah, y'all see that? Oh, let me see if I can blow it up. Y'all see that? That's fake.
There are results for Cleveland Indians team niggers search. Hold on.
Yeah, that never went down.
Because you know why it wasn't called the Cleveland. You got to look at it was called the Washington something. Hold on.
I found something that there was a minor league team called the Birmingham Niggers. And
that's what I'm look. Now I'm familiar with that. That was back when black folks had their own squad. And they that was their name. When she said Cleveland like that, yeah, that's not true.
So the guy who redesigned the Cleveland Indians logo took the logo from the Birmingham Niggers and just put a feather in the headband.
Yeah, that was in the Negro League.
It says Birmingham Niggers. professional minor league
Yeah,
baseball team
now that
from
was way
Birmingham,
back.
Alabama.
Yeah,
So
that's
Cleveland
me.
took their
That's me.
emblem.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Put
that's
a
how that went down.
put a headband around his head, put a feather
And he
in it.
was a black Indian with a feather sticking out of his
Yeah.
head.
Mm-hmm.
All Indians
Yeah,
are
now that's
black.
real.
Exactly. All.
Yeah, see, that's why that's what I was saying about that. You know, the Indians, the darker, stronger Indians they kept that they didn't push out there to Oklahoma to the West Coast and all that shit up. You know what I'm saying? And Arizona stuff. The ones they kept, they considered them Negro. That's why
Okay,
when you
look
look
up
at them,
the.
that's why.
Excuse me. Look up the New York niggers. They used to be
Look
the
up what?
Redskins. The New York niggers.
That's
That's false too.
Washington.
Just look it up.
It was only Washington.
Okay, look it up.
It was
I'm
look
just saying.
Cleveland. Look,
I'm just saying. If
it's
it's
not
wrong,
true.
I'm gonna
It's not true.
apologize.
It's not
But
true. It's not true. It's not true.
did you look it up?
The Cleveland Indians, the Cleveland Indians, they names got changed in 2021 to the Cleveland Guardians. The Washington Redskins name got changed also to the Washington Commanders. This is what I know.
But
I know sports and I know Black American
we didn't
sports.
get any compensation for those names being called those names and being referred to as a darker hue. We didn't
I got
receive
one
any
even better.
reparations for those years of being called those names.
I got one for you. You
Yeah,
know,
bring
I
it.
got one you like now.
I like.
Back in the day, back in the slave times or whatever, if you was to run away, let's say you was in Louisiana, being that was ran by the French, if you was a runaway slave, they'll brand you with that saint symbol on your arm or cheek. And so in today's NFL, they use that
What did you
same
say they
symbol
would
that
do?
they was.
I'm sorry.
If you was a runaway slave in the French territories like Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, all that, everything that was the French territory back then. If you was in those regions, when you ran away, they would burn you with a saint with the French saint symbol. And so, ironically, the NFL team, the New Orleans Saints, got the same symbol that they was branding the runaway slaves with.
Mm.
The Florida Lee.
Yeah. The Florida Lee, yeah, the Florida Lee. There you go, we go. Florida Lee. See, that same symbol you see on the New Orleans Saints on their helmet and on their jersey, that's the same symbol that they will burn, and brand you with if you was a runaway slave.
So if they took the time to do that, you don't think Tesla knew what he was doing?
Listen. I need
with
more,
his symbol.
you can't.
I'm just saying it couldn't be possible, knowing that they have a history of this.
The KKK don't even drive Teslas.
I'm not saying they drive Teslas. That's not the
You
point
understand what I'm saying?
making. We're talking about their symbols.
The listen, people like Trump and Elon Musk, that shit bad for it's bad. It's a completely bad image, and they don't even want to be associated with that. So why would they create a symbol that goes with that or that stands for that? Like I said, that symbol from the Tesla is supposed to be a power plant, like the pyramids and stuff like that. It's supposed to be a power plant that's retracting energy. That's what that symbol is supposed to be. Now, to flip it upside down, it did look like a cone or whatever, or whatever the case may be. But for me to just say that is crazy. I can't,
Wait a minute, Jeff. Did you?
That's crazy.
Trump is not associated with the KKK?
Listen, you know damn well I ain't said no motherfucking shit like that, man.
Because his father, I was just going to say, because his father was with the KKK.
It was fashionable to be a goddamn Klansman back then.
Yeah, his father
A
was.
whole lot of motherfuckers were KKK. Back in that particular time and era, that's that was the thing to be. I'm assuming if you was white and and things of that nature. But
No, but
nevertheless,
hold on. What you said was they wouldn't want to be affiliated. How can you not be affiliated when that's what your father represented?
well, when you do enough business with different races and different types of people, you gotta be able to put that type of stuff out the window. I believe that some people feel entitlement, you know what I'm saying, bigotry and things of that nature. And you know what I'm saying, we got that type of stuff going on, but to flat out call somebody on a job well done to be doing all that hating and shit like that, I ain't going for that.
On a job well done, who are we talking about?
And, he asked me
Hey,
that I say
back.
Trump. He asked me that I say Trump was racist or something. He asked me that I say some shit y'all said, and I'm like, how in the fuck you got me mixed up like that?
No, what I asked you, you said Elon Musk and Trump don't have nothing to do with the KKK. And I told you Trump's father was the KKK.
Yeah, and I replied back in the 20s and 30s and 10s and shit like that. The KKK and white people was a fashionable statement, just like you got everybody Crips and Bloods.
No, you don't have everybody cripping and blooding. That's
Everybody
not an
everybody
ancestral trait.
everybody
No.
most everybody associated with some type of gang ties one way or another. And that's no different from back in them times when the
But we know
KKK
who
was
created
big
the
business.
gangs. We know who really created that, and
We
those were
know
Europeans.
we know who created the KKK. But what? The Democrats. The KKK started off as the Democrats' protection and security, and they've been whooping these slave niggas ever since.
Well,
The Democrat Party.
Benjamin Banneker left us something in the archives that indicates that.
That bullshit Joe Biden did with Kamala Harris. I
I'm
don't
not.
see how
Hey, let me
anybody
tell
could
you
even.
something. All of them are the same to me. All of them. I don't care if you're
Yeah, you
Democrat.
say
I
that.
don't care if you're Republican.
You say that.
You
You say
don't
that.
give a dang
You
about
say
us.
that, but you say that, but you don't speak on Biden bitch ass in no type of
Biden
way,
just
form, or
listen.
fashion. You don't.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Before you even say that, let me just say this. Biden released a judge who was selling children to the prisons.
He's a piece of
So
shit.
believe me when I
Exactly.
tell you, I am no fan of Biden's at all. Never have been, never will be. I didn't like him when he put together the 3-strike law with Kamala. So I've never been a fan of them, and you know that. So, but it doesn't mean I'm a fan of Trump's. Because to
Yeah,
me,
but
they're
like the
all the
whole thing
same. It's
about
the
Trump
Jones
is
plantation.
it's nothing.
You know,
Well,
they all
the whole thing
cousins.
about Trump, though, I hear you on that. But the whole thing about it is we can say that at the end of the day, even President Trump stoops and calls Joe Biden stupid. So I mean, he calls him what he was. Like this is listen.
And
That
Trump
shit
is
that Joe
smart.
Biden and Kamala
And
Harris
Trump
did.
is smart. Are you saying Trump is
What I'm
smart?
trying to tell you is this right here. What I'm telling you is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was so stupid and trash that they did all that bullshit to make Trump look like a superstar. They making him look like the best
It
thing
wouldn't matter if
ever
they were the
because
most scholared individuals in the world. They've already decided who the president was going to be, and that's my point. It's all rigged.
I mean
They put who
it's
they
not
want
hard
in
to decide
office.
when
It's
you
not
got
about our votes.
listen, you could have got the same numbers come out. You would have did better than her. Listen, they knew she wasn't gonna beat this dude. This is all a setup. That whole election was rigged, and it was guaranteed for him to win.
Okay, well, as long as you know that.
I don't get
As
how
long as you know
yeah.
that.
Huh?
As long as you know that.
I don't get. I mean, it wasn't even a fair fight. I don't know how people could even think she had a chance like that. Like, what the fuck? Nobody was that eager for some more of that bullshit. I don't know where that came from.
I mean, you know, if you
But
look at it, for what it is, when Trump was running, a lot of our brothers and sisters were behind him 100%, like yourself. And he didn't hire any of you or put any of you on his board. None of you benefit from making
hold on,
Mr. Trump the president.
hold on, hold on,
It
hold
didn't
on,
help your people at
hold on,
all.
hold on. Listen, he didn't have to use the Soul Train line to win. First off, like I said, Joe Biden put a whole bunch of black
He didn't have to
trash
use
in.
the
He didn't
Soul
put.
Train
He didn't
line, but
put.
he used the gang members.
He did not.
He used the
Joe
gang
Biden
members.
did not put. Joe Biden did not put in nothing that's good for you, me, or nobody else. He just put in some black wannabe white tramps in there, and that's what you see right now. A bunch of trash in the Democrat. That Democrat Party is garbage at this
Look,
point.
they're
Like, I
all
don't even say anybody.
I mean, the Republicans are
They
homosexuals as
ain't
well.
all shit. You can't keep on saying
Republicans
they
are
all.
homosexuals as
You
well.
see it
Child
every day.
molested. They're all
You
the
see it
same.
every day. You're seeing every day the difference in a good president and a bad president. It's just simple as that. You're seeing the difference every day. They keep on making a
So are
fight
you
against this
saying Trump
dude.
is a good president?
What?
You heard me. You heard me.
He had to think about it. He said, "What?"
Okay. You
No,
heard
I didn't hear it. It
I
keep
said,
going in and out. I said, what?
are you saying that Trump is a good president?
Am I saying that Trump is the president?
Is a good president?
Is a good president?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Compared to, listen. Compared to
Wait,
what
can
we
you
just
tell me
had,
what he's done
he's
good for
compared
America
to
since he's been president?
compared to what we just had, he's a great president.
Compared to Biden.
That's
But now
compared to that shit.
overall for the people, for the American citizens, is he a great president?
Overall, Donald Trump and Obama are going to go down as the best presidents in history up
Lord
until
have
I don't
mercy.
know who's running next.
Lord have
That's just what it is. That's just what it is.
Oh God, you
That's
comparing
just what
Trump
it
to
is.
Obama.
Pretty much. I'm not comparing the two. I'm just saying as far as publicly as in poll numbers and as far as longevity, though Obama and Trump are
Trump's
going to
been
be
trying
the
to
most remembered.
disable. Trump is trying to dissemble everything that Obama stood for.
And that's fine. I don't, you know what I'm saying?
How
I
is it
wouldn't give a
fine
fuck
if you
either
have
way. What I'm
nothing to
saying
replace
is
it?
that G'd up. What up, nigga? But now, what I'm saying is this right here. What I'm saying is Obama and Donald Trump, the most popular presidents up until, I don't know, maybe another celebrity might try to take it, like The Rock or, you know what I'm saying? Elon Musk might try to go after the presidency or something like that. I'm not sure. But like Trump and Obama going to be talked about like Abraham Lincoln for the next 200 years or something, 200 years. Real shit. It's
You
just
think
fact.
that America benefits with Trump being president?
I think that in order for this country to get back into tip-top shape like it's supposed to be, he needs to do whatever he needs to do to get it back in order. Clearly, you know, we learning a lot about these tariffs and things like that. He's getting rid of all these illegal aliens and terrorists. You know, people who defile in our country. You know what I'm saying? Disrespecting our country, taking over the country with filth and gang banging and all kind of sickness. We got all these illegal aliens. You know what I'm saying? Doing the most. I mean, it's a lot of cleaning up going on right now. It's just the bottom line.
So
You know
how
what I'm
much
saying?
money?
I look at it like
So how did we clean up with what happened on January 6th? Those people that went inside the federal building when we still have the Black Panthers sitting in
hold
prison
on.
for standing outside. How is that?
What
How is
year
that
was that?
cleaning up America?
I'm saying, hey, Kamala, hey, you talk about Trump. Kamala Harris was in office. Why she ain't free no Black Panthers?
Kamala Harris was worse because she helped with the 3 strikes law. Her and Biden.
Talking about some January 6th.
No,
Hey,
I'm just
look,
saying.
somebody hit the
I'm
link.
just saying we
Hey,
have
what
leaders that are still in prison.
you need it.
We have leaders that are still in prison for standing outside the federal building.
Queen, you just had a black woman in office and didn't do shit for you, me, or nobody else. So what are you talking about?
I'm not disagreeing with that. I told you that I've never been a fan of hers. I didn't even know she was black.
She's not.
Well, whatever she is, she never represented. I never saw her in my communities.
She's only black during election time.
Okay, well that's what it is. Candace Owens is changing her song now too. She's not a Trump fan anymore.
Man, Candace Owens go wherever a cracker go wherever a cracker go, and you know what I'm saying? She done tried. She say whatever she get next to a cracker. Then when she can't get next to him and get up to power what she thinks she ought to be, she get the whining and doing her little shit or whatever. She wasn't never no real supporter. No way. Candace Owens, she's a fucking she's a.
Okay, I'm just happy to hear you saying that.
Listen. She is necessary. She is necessary. I will say that she is necessary. Compared to, she a lot better than Jasmine Crockett, but at the same time,
how can you compare the two of them?
Shit. Big time, you can compare the two because they both political influential black women. One is pure ghetto trash, and the other one is a fucking.
But you just called.
One's a goddamn
Candace pretty much ghetto trash.
I'm not done. Let me finish spewing.
Please.
One is pure hot ghetto trash. Is Freaknik. One is Freaknik hoe, and the other one is
allegedly.
Is a tap dancing jiggle.
Say allegedly.
Yeah. And man, look, me and JD Vance, the vice president, both agree Crockett is some ghetto shit. Period. I'm waiting on the bitch to lick her fingers. I'm waiting on the liquor damn out the grape soda. But at the end of the day, Jasmine Crockett, she a sellout too. They all sellouts. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't listen, Joe Biden brung in so much ghetto trash to put in front of us to tell us lies and shit like that. Now Trump got that nice white woman up there just telling the truth and talking all politely and shit, man. You can't make this shit up. Joe Biden, that shit Joe Biden did was some of the worst shit that I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that he used my people to do it, it hurts even more. But that's how greedy and eager these motherfuckers is up there to get next to a cracker. I don't fuck with that type of shit.
You do.
I'm waiting on Trump to say something. That's bullshit. I'm waiting on Trump to say something racist. I'm waiting on him to do something like everybody claiming. All these motherfuckers, man, listen, man. I'm just as pro life and black as anybody else. They claiming they body. But at the end of the day, I'm pro-life, like I said before anything. So I'm not about to sit up here because niggas ain't shit. So I'm not about to sit up here and act like one this and one that, man. All these motherfuckers a bunch of bullshit, if you ask me. But at the end of the day, I'd rather see somebody fuck up than to hear about it. It ain't happening. You damn right, running for president, G. You already know, man. Put me, hey, listen, man. Listen, Stephen A. Smith been biting my shit since 2010. First take, I damn near ain't no alleged my ass. They been stealing my shit. Motherfuckers, the general I see the fuck out of ESPN. Motherfucking Skip Bayless and Stephen A. been biting my motherfucking shit, then writing other shows on ESPN, pretty much building their whole career off my motherfucking Instagrams and Facebook posters and shit. So I don't, man.
I'll vote for Ronnie for president.
Shit like that. Hey, listen. Hey, look, I'll free them Black Panthers. Yeah,
I know. You'd give reparations too, wouldn't you?
You're damn right. It wasn't even the second thought.
Okay, Ronnie for president.
How do people being
and Latinos. Hey, listen, and Latinos with 4 or 5 generations on this particular side of North America, they'll get a reparations too.
Okay.
Yeah,
How do
it
you
wasn't
feel,
just be.
Trump?
Say what now?
How
Say
you
what now, C-Mac?
feel? How you feel getting locked up over
Am I,
there in that
am I
prison and they don't want to let them
am I
go?
the only one? Am I the only one not hearing this? Say what?
How come the people over there that's getting locked up that's innocent, that man not letting them go?
Because they still illegal. Listen, when he said that, motherfuckers looking at this guy. This is the fucking president of El Salvador. When he said he can't deliver it, do you know what that means? He's not saying that, he can't snap his hand and it won't be done. What he's telling you is that you got rid of him for being a terrorist, but he's still illegal. He's an illegal terrorist. So even if he's not the terrorist, he's still illegal. So how can he send him back to a place that he ain't supposed to be?
Okay, well, so I can agree with that, but how come he's not sending the child molesters and the murderers over there? Let's clear the prisons
Because
with those
people like
people.
Joe Biden,
People that are getting 2 years for
pieces
raping a child, a baby.
like Joe Biden that release judges who send children down the prison pipeline.
I agree.
Or
I agree.
Joe Biden got so many. Joe Biden has his money tied in so many private prisons. That's why
And
they
so
not
does Trump.
sending child. How do you know? Where you got that at?
Trump owns Trump. You don't think Trump owns any private prison?
Well, where do you get this stuff? I know, but you can't just come
Hold
up
on.
with
Okay, let's check it out.
You say something like
Allegedly.
that with no proof. I've never heard that before. I've never heard it. Even if listen, I'm not hating the fact that they own these prisons. What I'm saying is that let's legitimately let people make these crimes and punish them equally and fairly. Let's not be overdoing kids. Let's not be overdoing anybody. Listen to me throwing the books at these man. Listen, I don't know what it's like to have a judge throw the book at a motherfucker, man. I don't get plenty homeless man go out. I got motherfuckers who will never see home, and they taking charges for another motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like I
So
seen
Trump
the judge
Trump reversed Biden's order that that eliminated the DOG contracts with private prisons. Hold on, I'm gonna send it to you so you can see for yourself, because I don't want to be just dogging the president.
Well, listen, anything
Why would
Biden
he?
did
Why
needs
would
to
he
be
reverse that order?
Reverse what order?
His order on his executive order on private prisons. Look it up.
He said the jail. He said the jail in El Salvador makes the look like.
No, I'm just saying.
Hey, listen.
So they're saying that the prisons contribute over 1 million to Trump's reelection. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but it seems like you can buy Trump's
Well, you gotta think about this.
And I mean, I'm not saying
first off,
they all do. They all do it. I'm not gonna put it all on Trump. I'm not gonna put it.
Let's not forget, since you keep bringing up old shit. Let's not forget how Joe Biden.
That's old, but it's real, right?
You're damn right. January 6th is old as hell, man. That's some old news, man.
That's old to you, but it's still what's old is those men sitting in there. What's old is those men. What's old are
that's
the
old news.
Hold on a second now. What's old are the brothers sitting up in prison. The Black Panthers still sitting up in prison. That's old.
That
needs to be eliminated. They need to be released.
January 6th.
You need to tell Trump to let them out.
January 6th.
Like he did those people from January 6th.
January 6th didn't affect you one bit at all.
So why are we supposed to say that January 6th is old and not say that the Black Panthers need to be released for the same thing they did on January 6th?
Let's talk about how he kept on using these black women to get on the camera and lie for him. No, we're not gonna. We're not gonna give Trump. We're not gonna give Hunter Biden clemency. Remember they kept on saying they weren't gonna go in there and
Are we
They kept
supposed
on
to
talking
forget that
they
the
wasn't gonna
Panthers
go
are
in
sitting
there.
in prison
They
and let the January
lied.
6th go by?
Man, you keep talking about some damn Panthers. You talking about some Panthers folk.
Why wouldn't I talk
You go
about the
get
Panthers?
you go
Why
watch
wouldn't I talk about the
what
Panthers?
you
The people who
that's
were
right,
on the
man.
ground cleaning up our
Kamala Harris
communities,
was
the
just in
people who
office for
were
4
eliminating us
years.
from
Kamala
having liquor
Harris was
stores and
just
drugs
in
in our
office for
community.
4
Why wouldn't I
years.
talk about the Panthers?
Kamala Harris, listen, Kamala Harris was just in office for 4 years. 4 years.
Why do you keep
Obama
bringing
was in
her up to
office
me
for
like I'm a
8
Kamala Harris
years.
fan? Why do
Obama
you keep
was in
acting like I
office for
support
8
her?
years.
Why are you acting like I support her? I'm talking about issues that systematically affect us. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Kamala Harris. I'm talking about issues that are unfair to us as a culture, as a people. You got to remember, people like Raymond Washington, who became a great gang member, was one of the Black Panthers' children. What if they didn't take them to jail? What if their schools continue to grow? What if the communities continue to grow? What if we had fresh food? What if we had our own doctors? What if we didn't have our leaders locked up so they can take the children and turn them into whatever they wanted to? What if we didn't go through that?
It's 2025, sister.
It's 2025 and they're still in prison, sir, for something that just happened in January 6th. 2020, what, 2024? 2020. How come we're ignoring the fact that certain people were released for doing worse than what these people did that are still in prison? How do we ignore that? Please tell me, how do we let that go? Please, because I always hear white people say that, but you tell me how I'm supposed to ignore that. How am I supposed to not think about that? Explain that to me, sir.
What I'm saying to you was just right here. If it was a big deal,
if it was a big deal, oh God,
you had Obama in office, you had Kamala Harris in office. What I'm trying to figure out to you is this right here.
I had Obama. Hold on, I had Obama in office. Or did the trans have Obama in office? Who had Obama in office? Who benefited from Obama being in office? Homosexuals, right?
Listen.
Who benefited from Kamala? Kamala didn't do anything for me. So I didn't benefit from them. Obama, I'm proud of the fact that he made it out alive. I'm proud of the fact that he was an educated man and he knew what he was doing and what he was talking about. But as far as what he did for us, hey.
What I'm saying,
what does that have to do with people being in prison, being imprisoned for the color of their skin?
Hey, 1,500 black folk, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
But you still haven't explained to me how to ignore that. How to act like that's not going on.
Listen. Donald Trump freed over 1,500 black prisoners.
He freed those who had money to be freed. They paid their way out, and we know that.
Are you serious right now?
What do you mean, am I serious right now? How aren't you serious?
He freed over 1,500. You talking about?
Okay, you're talking about. Hold on. Do you know that black people make up? What's the percentage of black people in prison? What is the percentage of black men in prison? And you're talking about 1,500? Are you serious? You know how many people were in January 6th that are free right now? And you're talking about 1,500 blacks? We have more than 1,500 bodies found on the outside of the prison in Mississippi last year. And you're talking about 1,500? Come on, you gotta do better than that for me. So I should be thankful that 1,500 are free when millions have been incarcerated. 1,500 is supposed to make me happy. Give me some real numbers. Give me some real statistics.
So you want to free every nigga locked up?
I what?
God Damn, that's a lot of niggas to let go, man. I don't know what the fuck.
1,500. Let's see
I
what
don't know what the fuck.
let's see what the
What
statistics
more?
are. Let's see how many are still in prison.
I can't believe you got me doing this stuff.
Yeah, I need you to do that. So it says 465,200 black individuals are incarcerated in state or federal
Listen,
prisons.
Trump signed the measure. Since
So I
Trump
mean,
signed the measure into law.
1,500
Hold
with a quarter of a million
on. That was
still in. Wow, 1,500 is supposed to
listen.
excite us. Okay.
Since Trump, hold on. Since Trump signed the measure into law, more than 3,000 people have been released from federal prison.
3,000 compared to 465,200 that are in there right now. He let 2,000 out. That's not even that's not even, that's what, 1%?
Listen. You want to be different. And at the end of the day,
I'm not being
you bringing
difficult.
up all
I'm
this shit
giving
about
you
Trump,
facts.
Jay Salish.
I'm giving you facts.
You ain't giving me no facts. You giving me a hard time about some damn Black
I'm not
Panther.
giving you a hard time. I just want you to understand.
Hold
on. I'm not giving you a hard time. I just don't get excited off 2,000 when it's a
the
quarter of a
only
million
person
still
in
sitting
America.
in.
Are the only person in
doesn't
America.
impress me.
Listen, this is just the honest truth. It's on everything. You the only person in America talking about the Black Panthers. I swear to God, there is no.
I'm the only one talking about the Black Panthers.
You are the only. I promise you.
I'm the only one that ain't being killed for talking about it. Let's put it that way. Because everybody else who tried to talk about them is gone. So we're supposed to forget. We're supposed to forget that these young people who were doctors, who were educated, who was rebuilding their communities, growing their own food, started the whole WIC program that Europeans, Mexicans, and everybody still benefits off of right now. We created that. They had their own. We had our own hospitals, and the things that are missing right now from our communities is what the Black Panthers put together in our communities. But they're still incarcerated, and we're supposed to forget that. You can't forget your history. You can't forget what they did to them, because that's happening to us right now. Whether you like it or not, that's our reality. We're talking about a young boy right now who defended himself, who witnesses, whose coaches, who everybody who was in the stands are saying they just wouldn't leave him alone. They attacked him. 2 twin thugs attacked him. He told them not to. He did everything he was supposed to do, and he still went to jail. When we watch and see others going in and killing, shooting up schools and murdering people, and they're going to have dinner at the White House, we know something's wrong here. So no, I can't forget the Panthers, and you shouldn't either. And more of us need to be talking about them, especially since they're letting people out for going in the federal building. They should. I'm just comparing the two.
You must get some Black people on that January 6th too. They got freed too.
I don't know any of them. Do you?
Say what?
Can you give me one Black person's name?
Yeah,
no, you can't.
There's a few of them.
You can't give me their name off the top of your head.
Mark Ponder, Emmanuel Jackson.
Now you just pulled that up.
I ain't pulling that up. I remember
you just pulled that up. You want to give me how many? Okay, go ahead. Mark Pounder. Who else? Who else? You gave me one. Who else?
Mark Ponder, and the other guy's name was Emmanuel Jackson.
So 2 people, 2 Black people got freed.
That's all I can think about top of my head.
Okay, well, good job.
That's all I can think about.
Good job. That's not enough for me to be excited
Emmanuel Jackson, and Mark Ponder.
Okay, 3. Let's give you 10.
And it was Listen,
Let's
that's
give you
all I can
10.
think of.
Let's give you 10 black people. None of them made a difference in our communities the way that the Black Panthers did. None of them. None of them educated our children the way the Black Panthers did. None of them fed our children the way the Black Panthers did. So no, I can't forget. I can't let that go.
Listen, you ain't gotta forget about it or nothing like that.
They broke the laws. They broke the laws. They broke the laws. What's the point of the laws if it only works against us?
All right, let's go to Law and Crime Network. Track meet stabbing suspect released from jail.
Yeah, let's go there.
The high school athlete accused of stabbing and killing another high school athlete at a track meet in Texas is now out on bond. This is video of Carmelo Anthony leaving the county jail per WFAA in Dallas. A judge lowered his bond by a...
And watch this reporter. Watch what this reporter is asking him.
So what now?
In this, what you're showing, pay attention to the reporter who's trying to ask him questions that is completely
major amount this week. And a fundraising site has raised more than...
Pay attention. Say what now, go ahead.
Pay attention to the reporter that's trying to ask him questions about bringing a knife to school. And it wasn't even at a school.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what they say.
$416,000 for his legal defense, even after he allegedly told police he did it, leaving a brother to die in his twin's arms after he was allegedly stabbed in the heart. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Cases like the one that we're talking about right now get lives of their own when people use them to talk about issues like self-defense and race in America. That is exactly what's happening in the case of Carmelo Anthony, a high school sports star, now an accused murderer. A judge lowered Anthony's bond from $1 million down to $250,000 this week. This is the new video per WFAA in Dallas of Anthony walking free. He will have to wear a GPS monitor, be on house arrest, check in with the court each week, and if he doesn't do that, he'll go back into custody. We have the probable cause documents from police that lay out what officers say happened when they responded to a high school track meet in the middle of the day on April 2nd for the report of a stabbing. One officer writes that when he first made contact with Anthony and told him to put his hands in the air, Anthony allegedly said, "I was protecting myself." The officer said that Anthony then told him, quote, "He put his hands on me." And when the officer said he had the alleged suspect in custody, Anthony allegedly said, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Several witnesses also came forward to tell police what they saw, and we'll dive into their accounts in just a moment. But I want to first talk about the victim in this case. His name is Austin Metcalf. Metcalf was there to compete in this track meet as well. He was a high school football star in his own right. He was a junior at Frisco's Memorial High School. He was team MVP of the football season last year, and his dad says he had a 4.0 GPA in the classroom, and he was planning on playing college football. And when you look at his social media, you could see he was serious about it. Austin posted multiple pics from recruiting trips to places like the University of Arkansas. That is a big-time Division I school. The suspect, Carmelo Anthony, he was captain of his high school's football team. That was Frisco's Centennial High School, which is just about a 14-minute drive away from where Metcalf went to school. These two schools separated by roughly 7 miles.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
This is video of Anthony mic'd up at a tournament that he linked to on his X account. On social media, Anthony shows that he was getting offers to play college football. Here are the posts from 2 Division III schools that apparently wanted him on their team. On Anthony's Huddle profile page, which is a social media platform for football players, Anthony made his bio, quote, "God has shown you the right path, just take it." Anthony's path on April 2nd led him to a confrontation with Austin Metcalf that could put him in jail for the rest of his life. So here's what we know based off what police say happened. Multiple schools were competing in this track meet that had to be delayed because of weather. If you've ever run track, typically all the schools involved have their spots around the track where they hang out between events. And in this case, where they were waiting out some weather, Austin's team apparently had a tent and Anthony went under that tent. And somehow words were exchanged and Anthony was told to leave. In the probable cause document, witnesses say Anthony reaches into his bag and says, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." Austin then touches Anthony to tell him to move. And Anthony then, according to witnesses, says, "Punch me and see what happens." Austin then grabbed Anthony again, and that is when a witness says Anthony takes a knife out and stabs Austin Metcalf in the chest. Austin then grabs his chest and calls for help. He would die in his twin brother's arms near the track. This is a long crime legal alert. Did you know that children under the age of 21 are being diagnosed with some serious conditions like type 2?
Stop it for a second. Did you hear how he said that he took the knife out and told him to hit him, and they're going to see what happened? And then he said, "Sock me, and then I'm going to see what happens." And then he turns right around and says, he after they put their hands on him, he went in his bag and took the knife out and stabbed him and ran. So look how the media tries to portray him as someone who already took the knife out prior to them ever touching him, which is not what happened, according to many witnesses. But look how the media how they can get on here and state these lies as if they're facts.
Mm-hmm.
When the brother told the story.
Yeah, he definitely came on something kind of biased in this situation. But also after we get through looking at this, I'm gonna show a different, and I'm gonna let you be the judge.
Okay, go ahead.
Diabetes, big corporations with one of those serious conditions like type 2/food or scan the. This is what his twin told WFAA TV in the hours after all of this played out.
He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest.
Austin seemed to be very close with his family. Here's a picture of his brother with their dad. Now, as far as Anthony, police say he ditched the knife and ran before he was arrested by officers who know in their reports that Anthony was hysterically crying when arrested and asked if Metcalf would be okay. Anthony seemed to believe what happened was self-defense. Police, though, have not seen it that way. Here's the probable cause affidavit. You can see Anthony is facing a charge of murder. And initially, he was held on $1 million bond. And that gets us to the update that we are following this week after a hearing about that bond. At a court hearing, Anthony, his attorneys, their family argued that the bond was just too high, that it was unfair to be that high, that Anthony had to remain behind bars ahead of his trial, which could be months from now. A judge decided to lower Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. Cameras weren't allowed in the courtroom, but this is what we're hearing about what happened. Anthony's parents testified and argued that their son is a straight-A student, that he's never been in trouble before, and he's the oldest of 4 children. He also worked 2 jobs, including currently as a cashier at a grocery store. And on top of that, he was captain of his high school's football team. According to CBS News, Anthony's attorney wanted bond lowered from $1 million to $150,000. Prosecutors didn't call witnesses at this hearing, but they said bond should stay the same because they argue that's typically where bond is set for murder cases in Collin County, Texas. Since Austin Metcalf's death, the Anthony family has been able to raise quite a bit of money for Carmelo Anthony's legal defense. This is the fundraising page on the site Give, Send, Go. It's similar to a GoFundMe, and at this point, you can see raised more than $416,000. This page was started by the Anthony family, and it reads, quote, "The narrative being spread is false, unjust, and harmful. As a family of faith, we are deeply grateful for all of your support during this trying period. Your prayers
I encourage everyone to stand behind this young man. CJ, you still on there?
Hello?
Yeah.
You don't feel what that young man did was wrong?
It didn't, and he was remorseful. He was crying and hurt that if someone had got hurt. He didn't want to do that. He had to do that. They were coming after him. It was him or them. And you got to remember, these are big, giant, corn-fed football players.
No, but what I'm saying is this: why did he have a knife in the first place?
He was at a park. They were at a park. It wasn't at school. They keep that lie going, but it was not at school. And why did he have to get attacked for running out of the rain like everybody else did?
How many was it? It was just him and the boy's brother, right?
It was two big football twins, bullies. And if you go on their pages, you'll see where all their schools talking about how they're bullies, they're thugs, they're gun-toting, drug-using, that they're just bullies. They just think that they're privileged. They can just, they picked on him because of the color of his skin, no other reason. This boy doesn't have a record. He's not a part of a gang. He wasn't hurting anybody. He was ignoring them when they were calling him the N-word. They're not telling you the whole story. They're only telling you what they want you to, what the media wants to portray, like they do us all the time. This boy, there's nothing they can say about that boy that died that they can't say about this boy and mean it. This boy's a hero. He just saved a drowning kid. He has done nothing but be a ideal citizen. And they're portraying him like he's just a wicked murderer. Like he bought a knife so he could kill somebody. It wasn't like that at all. And he was asking them to leave him alone. He even told them when they invaded his space, when they put their hands on him, he warned them, and that's what you're supposed to do according to Texas law. And they still end up attacking him. That's why he pulled the knife out. He pulled it out of fear that he was gonna die. And we see it every day. We see black boys die in America every single day. So he has every right to fear. He was in fear, and he had every right to be. He was hiding under the tarp. It was a tarp, and it wasn't a particular for any school like they're trying to say in the media. Everybody was running under these tarps. Everybody from different schools, everywhere, whichever one was closest to you is the one you ran under because of that rain. And that's how he ended up under that tarp. And he was not saying anything or bothering anyone. And he was attacked. So I'm glad he had his knife. I'm not condoning murdering of anyone. I don't condone violence, but in this case, I'm glad he had his knife, because we could be sitting here hearing about how he got killed at the football game. I mean, at the track meet.
What was they gonna kill him with?
Their hands. These are big, strong football players with the history of bullying and beating up people. These weren't some little nice churchgoers. You'll see it. You'll see their family affiliation with the Klan. You're gonna see it. You'll see what's really going on. Truth is coming out.
I was just trying to figure out why he had the knife though in the first place, though. Seriously.
Why wouldn't he have a knife? He's in a racist community and he's a black boy. Why wouldn't he have some protection? What if an animal came after him? He's not allowed to have a knife. It's a state where you can carry. The knife was, if you notice, nobody's talking about the knife being illegal. Not one representative, not the police, not the courts, nobody's saying that the knife was illegal. Notice that. Pay attention to that. The knife was not an illegal item. He did that out of fear. And they put their hands on him before he even went in the bag, according to what the brother just said. They put their hands on him before he went in the bag to get the knife. So if you're being attacked, you better go to your bag and get whatever you can.
But were they trying to stop him from going in the bag?
No, they were beating on him. And he was trying to stop him by saying he's gonna go to the bag.
Oh, okay.
No, glad y'all stayed on.
Because this is one thing that I do know. That's why I asked why he had a knife. Because when I was younger, I would go grab a knife. But when I go grab that knife, you was cut. So that's why I'm asking. Every time I went and got a knife, I cut you. So if you know you have intentions to cut somebody, I mean, that's another story. Because you know you're going to use it.
Shut up. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, if you got the knife on you, you know you're going to use it. I did.
First of all, he had no idea that the rain was going to come down. That's an act from God. He didn't know the rain was going to come down. He didn't know he was going to, at a park, run under a tarp that doesn't belong to any specific person.
Oh, it was raining?
It was raining. They were at a track meet. He was winning at the track meet. I think that's what ignited the jealousy. This guy is incredible. This is a superstar. Colleges are looking at him. This guy he's an incredible human being. So he's out there not only winning in football, he's the captain of his football team, but he's also in that track and field, and he's winning the races. So when the rain's coming down and he runs under a tarp, he's not bothering anybody, according to the witnesses. He's not calling anybody racial slurs, but that's what he's being called. He's not bothering me. He's just letting them, don't put your hands on me. And what do? Go put their hands on me.
Well, maybe that's why they lowered his bond.
Of course that's why they lowered his bond. Of course. They know he shouldn't be in jail. That was self-defense, 1,000,000%. Self-defense.
Self-defense is when somebody's jumping on you, though.
That's what they did. What part of they attacked him, don't you understand? Isn't that what the twin brother said? They put their hands on him. He didn't go and put his hands on them. He didn't take the knife out and go after them. They attacked him, and then he went in his bag and got his knife.
Okay.
According to what the brother said. Now, the media is trying to switch it up and make it different, but the witnesses and the brother told the truth. They did put their hands on him. They were removed. He said we were removing him from under the tent. They had no right to put their hands on him.
Well, it looked like he gonna beat it if they lowered his bond. I mean, they wouldn't have lowered that bond.
They know that he should have never been put in jail. It's clearly self-defense. And send some money to that fund. Continue to help this family because the racists are after them. I'm telling you, I'd hate to be in their shoes.
Oh, he's gonna have problems. They're gonna have to get out of town.
I never seen so much racist hypertension on a case. Like the way they race baited that shit, like
My
I was
God.
like I'm subscribed to Trump, and for some reason they had all the mega, they had every type of mega like troll account pushing racist shit with this case, like
Right.
to the third power. It was crazy.
When GoFundMe returned all of our money, refusing to give it to him to help, so they don't want us helping him get out. I'm so proud of us pulling together in our own resources to help him, because we're not talking about a bad kid here. We're not talking about a gang member. We're not talking about somebody who's hanging out in the streets doing drugs. We're talking about a clean-cut American citizen who shouldn't have been touched.
He shouldn't have been touched. This is the thing. If he wasn't supposed to be there, then you as a child, you have no fucking authority to remove somebody from somewhere. If you ain't like that he was there, go tell somebody.
Thank you.
And let them do it. Go tell a fucking adult. They fucked around and they found out.
Period.
I wish he'd have stabbed both of them.
Oh, come on, man.
Both of them put their hands on him. No, he got every right to say that. They both put their hands on him. According to the brother's testimony himself, they both put their hands on him. We went to move him. That's what he said. We went to move him. Who are they to go move somebody who's not doing anything to them?
And why would you want to move a motherfucker from under a tent if it's raining? Like,
from under a tarp that wasn't even a real tent. It was, and you'll see on the video where the news person is interviewing him on his way out, talking about why would you bring a knife to school? It wasn't at a school. They keep trying to put that in the heads of people, and
the whole thing was they was at a track meet. It was at a track meet, and Carmelo Anthony was supposed to be there.
Exactly. He was winning the races. That was just hatred and jealousy.
The white boy didn't even run track.
One of them did. One of the brothers, they said, was supposed to participate in the track meet.
Well, the other one shouldn't have been there. The other one shouldn't have been there. He should have been in the stands.
The point of the matter is, no one gave them the right to make anyone leave. And what really hurts me and disappoints me is when I listen to the black people that were sitting right there when it happened, giving their witness statements, as if it was like, it reminded me of when the guy, when the police had his knee on, what's his name, Pimpin'? George Floyd. And people were videotaping it. Nobody was trying to push the police off or nothing. They were just sitting there witnessing these two giant football players attack this boy. And nobody was helping him. Nobody was trying to stop them. He had to defend himself. There were adults right there that, and one of the black guys was saying on social media that you can't say nothing to them white boys, they'll kill you. So that's the fear that's in our men. They have every right to be fearful, because they might have died if they jumped in, or they might have died if they tried to stop them.
Well, I have to disagree with you on that.
Okay.
A man cannot be intimidated.
But we know that's not true. You mean some men can't?
A man cannot be intimidated.
Well, see, you're speaking from an area I don't know nothing about, because I'm not a man. So can you please elaborate on that?
One thing about being a man, see, a lot of women give that title to adult-bodied males.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you're a male and over the age of 21, that does not qualify you to hold the title of man. when you look at the definition of a man and you look at the characteristics of a man is not going to be intimidated. Have you ever seen somebody run into a person that it was an obvious loss that was about to happen, and then it wasn't, at the end of it, it wasn't so obvious of a loss? A man is going to stand his ground. A mouse is going to tuck his tail and run into the hole. Just because you're 21 years of age and have a penis don't mean you're a man. You might be, you got some bitch ass niggas. And when I say nigga, I mean the male species, not no race or color.
Right.
Because a white boy could be a bitch ass nigga too. A man also can walk away, but a man cannot be intimidated. It's a major difference between walking away and being intimidated, scared, afraid, frightened of another person. Because we all bleed the same. And the white boy learned that. Well, both of them learned that, because one of them got his ass knocked off and the other one is his brother.
Yep.
So you remember the incident where the young black man was out jogging and he was looking at this house being remodeled, and he was jogging down the street and two racists in a pickup truck came and beat him to death? Do you recall that? Do you think he was in fear? Do you think he was a man, any less of a man, because he was scared to death that they were gonna kill him? Is that not natural to be in fear for your life? Even though you're a man, you can't be in fear? Is that what you're saying?
I say a man cannot be intimidated. And I remember that vividly, like it was yesterday. That man fought for his life. He didn't cower away from it. He did what was necessary to try to save his life.
He was trying to live, absolutely. But you don't think that scared him? You don't think he was in fear? Knowing that he's going to die because of the color of his skin, no other reason?
If he was scared, that may be a possibility. He may have been fearful, but he was not intimidated. And that's the difference.
I got to look up what intimidated means, because maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Intimidation and bullying is close, but it's not the same.
There's someone just wrote, they said the coach gave him permission to sit under the tent. Somebody in the comments just wrote that.
Yeah, it's a lot more to the story. We're gonna finish to see what this guy's saying on the show, but then we also look into some of the witnesses and get a point of view. Let's get about 6 minutes in. So it's about 30 minutes. We got 7 minutes already. It's about 6 or 7 minutes.
Family of faith, we are deeply grateful for all of your support during this trying period. Your prayers and assistance mean more to us now more than ever. Comments on the side of the page show people giving money and people who believe that Carmelo acted in self-defense. GiveSendGo has become, in many ways, the go-to site for defendants who find themselves in interesting legal situations. It's the same site where people have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for the legal defense of Luigi Mangione, the man who's accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Manhattan. GiveSendGo is an alternative to GoFundMe because GoFundMe doesn't allow campaigns that raise money for the legal defense of those accused of violent crimes. In the past, it's been a site that's become a go-to place for people raising money for Kyle Rittenhouse and people who are arrested in connection to January 6th. Now, in this case, and was reportedly asked during this hearing why the Anthonys haven't used the hundreds of thousands of dollars already raised to bail their son out of jail. It might be $1 million bond, but in some cases you can get a bail bondsman to cover most of it, and you just have to put forward 10%. He said to that question, the site isn't a bond fund. Metcalf's family also has a fundraising site, but the money for that was used in part to lay their son to rest. Right now, that page has more than $341,000. Metcalf was laid to rest last week at a church in Frisco. The Metcalfs are encouraging people to donate money to create a scholarship on their son's behalf. Anthony's bail was lowered to $250,000, and we'll talk about why the judge did that in just a moment and why at least one defense attorney believes that was a fair decision. The court said that Anthony would have to be on house arrest, wear that electronic monitoring device, and will check in with the court each week on Fridays. According to WFAA, the judge said in the courtroom where every seat was filled, the deputies provided more security than she had ever seen for a case, which is just an example of the attention that this story is receiving in Texas and beyond. Joining us now once again to talk about this case is criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams, who is based in Dallas. I know when Carmelo Anthony was first arrested, we chatted a bit about this case. Let's get to I want to start with the kind of the headline update that we've received this week, which happens to do with the bond amount going from $1 million down to $250,000. Was this a fair decision by the judge?
Well, let's start with one. I love the way that Judge Tucker phrases this. This is a bond hearing. This is not a trial setting. In my experience with Judge Tucker, she's always been extremely fair. She listens to both sides equally and gives both sides equal weight. So I think that she starts with the fact that this is a bond hearing. The purpose of a bond hearing is if we reduce this bond, will the defendant come back to court, right? What is the likelihood of them coming back to court? And if they are released, what is the likelihood of them being safe in the community? So that's the purpose of this, not necessarily to determine guilt innocence at this phase. And so I think that this was a very fair decision by the court. She took into account what we call totality of the circumstances and what we use for every single bond hearing, the same elements every time. And then she weighs that and determines what is the correct amount. My understanding is that the defense counsel went in asking for $150,000, the state asking for $1 million. And so it's the judge's job to use judicial discretion based off all of the facts as it relates to the elements for the bond hearing, and then determine what is a proper amount to issue it and also attach conditions as she did do in this circumstance.
And because I do think when you look at some of the chatter around any sort of bond decision, and this isn't the only case where kind of public opinion, when a bond decision comes down, has people debating on both sides. Bond, and you talked about this a little bit, it's not necessarily saying, it's not to punish someone, the point of bond. And that seems to be something that the public often thinks its purpose is supposed to be.
That's right. I mean, it's not that at all. It's not supposed to. I think this is actually one of the elements, not to be used as an object of oppression. So the purpose of it specifically only is, will this person come back to court? And if released, are they a threat to the public or to themselves? And so that's what the purpose of that bond hearing is. And so when we go back to thinking of those things, I think the judge ruled fairly in this situation, especially adding on the conditions that she did.
I want to talk a little bit about kind of what we know about this altercation that took place, because I think since the last time we talked, there's been a little bit more information that's come forward where you have Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf who are exchanging words verbally. And then at one point, Carmelo Anthony says something along the lines of touch me, see what happens, and then says punch me, see what happens. And then Austin Metcalf, according to witnesses, puts his hands on Carmelo Anthony, and that is when Anthony allegedly takes out a knife and stabs Austin Metcalf. The defense, it seems, will go down this was an act of self-defense argument as this case goes forward. How does the kind of what we know took place based off witness testimony compared to, how does that align with the law and how the law sees what self-defense is?
The law in Texas is very clear as it relates to self-defense, and that is, am I presenting equal force to that which was presented to me? And is that reasonable, right? So reasonable force is it equal? And in this situation, it's not necessarily equal. And so that's the reason why we have discretion, we have ranges of punishment, we have trial settings, and we have mitigating circumstances. So in this particular situation, in this young man's mind, he thought that he was being threatened. He thought that he had to give self-defense in the way that he thought that he needed to provide it. However, the law is very clear. Again, am I presenting equal force, which was given to me? So if he says, well, punch me and see what happens, and this young man punches him, that doesn't give me the right to pull out a gun. That doesn't give me the right to pull out a knife. It's not equal. And so that is the conflict there of what the state and defense are going back and forth about, or will go back and forth about. I do foresee this probably moving forward to a trial setting because of that specifically. This young man, in his mind, believed that he was defending himself. And that's the issue with sometimes with our laws when we talk about them. I've heard a lot of people say on social media, well, every person has the right to defend themselves. Yes, we do. However, that right of self-defense has to be, in fact, equal to that which was presented to you.
Is that different than I know that self-defense laws are kind of a state-by-state basis, where there are some states where if you argue, I was afraid for my life in that moment, I did what I had to do. It seems in Texas that it's not as clear, or maybe it is more clear in how the law says it, as opposed to where if Carmelo Anthony goes into court and makes the argument, maybe Austin Metcalf was bigger than I was afraid for my life in that moment, and I was just trying to defend myself. If it's an equal force law, that doesn't seem like it could line up particularly well as a defense.
Well, that's why the defense moves forward generally with the trial setting, right? So they can bring all of those facts out in trial and give that explanation to a jury. And the jury makes the determination of, was he so inclined to believe that he was actually in fear of his life, not just from a punch, not just from a fist fight, but that this young man was so much bigger than me. He punched me, all these things. And in my mind, I was in danger of my life. And so I felt as though this was the equal force, right? That goes to a jury. And the jury then decides if that is what was necessary in order to move forward or not. And so that's why I think this will be a trial case more than likely.
I want to talk a little bit about the money that's being raised for Carmelo Anthony's defense. It's on a website that we talked about it a little bit ahead of time. Luigi Mangione, his defense is on Give, Send, Go. They raised $200,000 plus to give to his defense. For you as a criminal defense attorney, is this something new that you're seeing, this kind of crowdfunding a defense? What do you make of this movement we're seeing in certain criminal cases where defendants are getting money from the public to pay for what is a right to have a legal defense in a case like this?
Yeah, well, one, I'll start off by saying that criminal defense teams, ones that are competent and do a good job and go above and beyond, are not cheap, right? It takes resources and finances in order to fund those things. Now, I've had clients before, and I've seen other people tell me that they have had to try sometimes to make the decision on if they want to hire an attorney, a personal attorney, or post the bond for their loved one. And in that situation, I'm always going to say hire their attorney, because then we can have the bond hearing, just as what Mr. Anthony's defense team did in this particular situation. However, using all of the resources that came from crowdfunding and all those situations, I think that it is something that I've seen more, and we've seen in cases around the country, really not just in Texas, but around the country, especially in high-profile cases, because the defense team and the resources that they need in order to put up a proper defense cost money. It's not something that just, can come by day just from doing just some specific paperwork. It takes resources. It takes a team of people to put up a proper defense.
I remember, and this is kind of on the side, just because Luigi Mangione has been the big kind of crowd-funded defense, at least within the last year, that's been receiving a lot of attention. And I remember his defense attorney initially wasn't sure whether they would accept that money. Is it controversial as a defense team to accept crowdfunding money, or for a defendant to pay for your defense with money that comes from the public?
I don't know if it's controversial. I think it's a matter of, I think it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on that particular defendant depends on that particular attorney. Again, because like we stated just a moment ago, it costs money. It's not just the lawyer, but it's also their investigator. It's the staff that's working on the case. It's them taking away that time that they're working on the other cases, really to put a huge emphasis and a huge amount of their time and resources now into this particular case. That's also time away from their families. That's also time away from them doing other things as well. So just like any other job. So they are needing resources to pay that team of individuals that are going to show up and give the first class service to that person to give them the best defense.
Not to put you on the spot, but I mean, typically for a very competent, not saying the most, most expensive lawyer that's out there, but if someone was to pay for a criminal defense in a murder case, I mean, considering all the investigators, everything that might go into it, I mean, what typically is the price tag on something like that?
That's on the spot question. What I'll say is it depends, right? It depends. And I know that's always the answer people don't really like, but it depends on their amount of time and that they have invested into doing this. How long have they been a criminal defense attorney? How many cases have they taken on similarly to this? And how is it that they can actually put forth the effort to be the best criminal defense attorney in this particular case? So it can range. And I would say that, something along the lines of $100,000 would not be unlikely for a case of this magnitude, because we're not only giving counsel in the manner of just representation in this particular case, but also counsel in other areas as well. I think my understanding during the bond hearing is that the Anthony family now had to hire a security team. They also have to now hire a PR team in ways that how they present to the public, because the DA's office is doing that, right? That goes into strategy. And so that is something that the criminal defense attorney is also handling. He's kind of managing all of that all together. So all of those things have to be considered. So when I say, well, it depends, it just depends on a range of factors.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of asked, not to put you on the spot, but it was more, I think people think of what an attorney might charge, but it's all those other elements that someone may not realize leading up to a trial, the amount of people that work on a case and just what the cost of that may be. To this point, cameras haven't been allowed in the courtroom. And I know the judge yesterday reportedly said something, she hadn't seen security like that deputies put around a case, perhaps in her career, or at least in a really long time. How likely is it that we would get cameras in the courtroom if this were to go to trial?
I'm not sure. I think that would just be a matter for the judge to put into effect or not. They would tell us if they would allow cameras in the courtroom. But the difference is in this bond hearing, again, we go back to, we're talking specifically about the bond and not a trial setting. The trial setting, the judge at that point, whoever that judge is that will be ruling over it, will have the discretion to say if there will be cameras or not, based off of the safety for each of the witnesses, based off of the safety for the defendant and their families. And so I think they make that call based off of safety. Every trial setting is generally one for public viewing. It is. So if you want to walk up to the courthouse and actually sit there, that's one thing. But is it something where the court can determine, is this particular case one that needs to not be on camera or have multiple people in the actual courtroom itself, based off of the safety of all the people who are involved?
This case has received so much attention, and will continue to do so. I'm sure if it would go to trial, it would be one that would be covered on a national level. If you were on the criminal defense team for this, how do you manage that publicity? Is that something? Does the attention and the public support that Carmelo Anthony seems to have, just based off the amount of money that's been raised on this site, is that something, the attention, something that would help the defense go forward?
You're right in the fact that this has been something that has been national news, and definitely news over in Collin County, Dallas County, around the DFW Metroplex altogether. And so in order to manage that, hiring people who are good in their lane I think that is imperative, and that's what they have done. They've hired, a great PR team and people who are able to kind of manage that and manage the public view and get out the word that, this may have been self-defense, and this is the reasons why. These are the reasons why he believed that it was self-defense. And so getting that information out to the public in a organized way is definitely something that the defense team is managing and working alongside with people who is their lane to put out information to the public. So I would say yes to the fact that it's something that they need to be doing, but they are doing it, and it's working out pretty well based off of the amount of money that he has raised.
There are many people who commit murder that never spend another day free in their lives. In this case, it appears Carmelo Anthony thought at least he was in self-defense. If he would be found guilty because the law doesn't see it that way, what type of punishment could he be looking at? And how much do the facts that surround the case of maybe it was a spur of the moment thing, he didn't mean to do it, if that's the defense's argument, what type of punishment, and I know that this is a long way away, but what type of punishment could he be looking at?
Yeah, this is a long way away. And then this is a separate.
Yeah, screen froze slightly, but FAFO.
You better believe it.
What that?
Fuck around.
Can you break that down?
Fuck around.
Oh, fuck around.
For real.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. This on, you know what I'm saying? This on everything, man. Like, it's a few times I could have been in that same situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, them football players. I'm gonna tell you a story. I can't go in too much detail, but I'm gonna tell you a story. When I was coming up, them football players, especially in them little small towns, them coaches was juicing them boys up. They was on steroids.
Yes.
And so, they was beating motherfuckers' asses I'm talking about like when they was whooping ass, they whooped ass. Like, I seen a motherfucker get his ass beat by 10 minutes straight. That's a lifetime. Oh, if motherfucker get their ass beat, that's a goddamn lifetime. I'm talking about they beat this boy ass, man. One particular time, some bullshit was going on. Hell yeah, I popped that motherfucking kitchen drawer.
Phase. So you have guilt, innocence phase, and then you have a punishment phase. So if found guilty, then he has a punishment phase. Murder is a first-degree felony in the state of Texas. Punishment range up to 99 years in the penitentiary, up to a $10,000 fine. However, there is a reason for ranges of punishment, and that is because we have discretion. The state, when they present their case, the judge then has the discretion on what punishment to provide. If they go to the judge, if they go to the jury for punishment, then the jury then has the discretion to determine what is the appropriate amount of years of punishment for this particular person. Now, the ranges of punishment can be anywhere, up to that 99-year time period. And so that's when all of those other mitigating circumstances come into play. He's never been in trouble before. He was a captain of the football team. He had a bright future. All these different things, that information would come up in the actual punishment phase. Not necessarily, it probably may come up in some small facets of the guilt, innocence, but it would 110% be coming up in a punishment phase if it were to move forward to that point.
How long until a trial potentially?
That could be a year. That could be years. There's no statute of limitations on a murder case, so that could technically be quite some time. I have noticed that cases that are more high profile move a little faster than other cases, but we have felony cases right now who have been sitting and waiting for a trial for 6 months, 9 months, sometimes a year. So it can really just depend. based off of the multitude and volume that the district clerk's office is receiving cases in. But most of the time when there's a high profile case, it seems to move a little faster.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out. It's just such a sad story on so many levels, and we'll see how the legal process, where things go next. Bridget Williams, it's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having.
So, Ronnie, check this out. Texas has what's
Uh-huh.
called the Castle Doctrine Law. It's the equivalent of staying your ground all over the United States. They just call it different shit in different states. And it says the Castle Doctrine allows individuals to use force, including deadly force, and self-defense if they reasonably believe it's necessary to protect themselves or others from imminent harm. This law means that they do not have a duty to retreat before using force. So in Louisiana, they just got rid of the duty to retreat, meaning like if somebody in your house and you come out and they break out running, you can't kill them. But now you catch them in your house, you can bust their fucking ass. And I mean, it is what it is. So a lot of these
Mm-hmm.
red states are taking away the duty to retreat, which means you can shoot a man in the back. But my thing is, bitch, you should have never been in my house in the first place.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I thought if you shoot somebody in the back, I thought that was an additional charge. You know, the back shots be additional charges. I got a couple of partners who got like an extra 10 for shooting a motherfucker in the back.
Not in Louisiana. If you in my house, you dead. No matter where
Oh
I hit
yeah,
you
now
at.
that's different. Yeah, that's different. Now LA different too about that in your house shit. You in LA you catch a motherfucking house, you damn near gotta let them rob your ass to goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't touch them on that. They can sue you. LA
But
they can sue a motherfucker.
California is a
Breaking in your
blue
shit.
state. California is a blue state. The
Yeah.
red states be like, kill them, whoever it is, fuck it. The blue states are the ones that are pushing for the gun control, and you don't necessarily have to kill them and all of that.
Right.
I
I
come
want to
from
say something.
shoot,
Excuse me.
shoot,
Man,
Queen.
I want
I'm
to
a
say
older
something
listen, I'm
about. Oh, excuse me. I want to say something about what she said earlier. When she said that it has to be equal. You can't take a knife off if somebody's hitting you. But when it's two people attacking you, how does it become equal?
I think what he was saying and what the chick was saying, I think they were giving the politically correct answers. I think they were slick side full of shit, which is why I looked it up.
Mm,
Because I knew it, but I was like 99%. I wasn't 100% that day it was full of shit and what she was saying. If I feel like a motherfucker gonna kill me in a where will fuck over me, I'm 6'9", 360 pounds. So if I say that I was scared for my life, it's totally different from Carmelo being a smaller person
right.
and saying that he was scared for his life. I saw the guy using the handle Frank White saying that he's cooked, but Frisco ain't as white as other parts of Texas. It's whiter than Houston and Dallas, but it ain't as white as places like Corsicana and Amarillo and shit like that. So I think he stands a good chance, especially with the type of judge that he has. Uh, but it's gonna be a rocky road.
Mm,
It's gonna be a
oh
rocky
God.
road. It ain't no 50-50, but it ain't no fucking 80-20 either, if that makes sense.
yes. I'm hoping that with all the pressure with us uniting together for this young man, for this king, I think that that pressure is going to demand that this is a fair trial, and it's not going to be one-sided. I don't think we're in that generation any longer. I don't think it's where we just take whatever they hand to us. I think this time we're showing them in numbers that we haven't seen us pull together and do yet, that we're not going to allow you to take another one of ours.
Well, what we need to do, and you might disagree with this, Queen, like, I don't believe that what they done on January 6th, 5th, whenever it was in 2021 was wrong, because that's how nations overthrow corrupt governments. They go
Well,
there.
they showed them. I
The
said the same
difference,
thing. They showed them. You
I
got to
agree
take
with
that
you.
motherfucker over like that.
I am totally in agreement with you. That's why I keep bringing up the Panthers. They did nothing wrong either. They were standing outside that federal building for the rights of humanity. They had a right to carry a gun,
At
even
that
though Ronald
time,
Reagan said
listen, listen,
everybody could
listen,
carry a
listen,
gun
listen,
except
listen.
blacks.
Them Panthers started off cool and everything, but they started extorting, killing, robbing, selling dope,
No, that's what the
and
media
doing dope and
told you.
everything.
That's what the media told you.
That's a fact.
The media told you that.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Come,
You know how many
where have
people
you
were
ever?
beefing
Okay,
with them Black
hold on.
Panthers?
Okay, hold on. We can talk about it. Where have you ever seen where they took white women and put them in a man's prison? Why did they do the Panther women that way? Why were they placed in men's prisons? Come on, at some point you have
They
to
was
get the
doing that because they was
reality of
killing.
what
They
happened
was killing.
to the
They was
Panthers.
killing police officers.
These were not ignorant people. They
They were
snatched
killing
them up
police
and
officers.
filled them
That's
with
why they
dope
did it.
and then called them drug addicts. They kidnapped them and shot them up with
They was killing
drugs and
police.
threw them back on the streets when they got them all drugged out. These are what they did to the Panthers. You have to understand. I wish my grandmother was alive so she could break it down for you. These people were trying to keep us from going in the direction we're in right now. They were trying to prevent what's happening to Carmelo from ever happening. They were making our community safe, drug-free, alcohol-free. We didn't have people laying on the grounds. We didn't have buns. They were stopping the pimps. They were keeping the schools. We were educating our children and teaching them the truth about themselves. These were not what the media portrayed them to be. That's what the media put out. I have grown men that are just learning right now about the Black Panthers. They had the same ideology that you have right now and what you're saying. They thought they thought everything the media said was true, rather than digging a little deeper and finding out who these people really were. We had doctors, scholars. These people were These were the young people, like this young man we're talking about right now, violated. They were standing outside the federal building with their licensed guns. The America was saying they didn't have the right to have a gun. That's why they're sitting up in prison. They're not in there because they broke in, went through government mail, tore up people's excuse me, desk, and killed police officers. They're not in there for that. They're in there for standing outside the federal building with their licensed guns, to the right to carry, because that's what it was. They were allowed to carry everybody but them. And that's what we're saying right now. We have to stop allowing the media, just like the media is trying to sit and tell us all this negative stuff about this young hero. We can't listen to what the media is saying because the media has been used against us for too long. It's time for us to wake up. That's why we have these platforms, so we can teach the truth. I'm done.
well, I know why the Black Panthers is still in prison, because members of the Black Panthers like Jeff Fort, Willie Lloyd, Larry Hoover created subdivisions that turned into violent street gangs. And a white person, first off, can we all agree that white people are animals and not actually human beings, or they're like GMO? But
Can we agree that what now?
that white people are GMO.
They come from black. Yeah, they were distracted from the albino gene from black people.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But Jeff Fort, Willie Lloyd, Larry Hoover, they were all,
Those are all black leaders, all gang leaders.
but before they were gang leaders, they were Black Panthers.
Yeah, they were, yeah, activists.
And they were
Yeah.
not destroying their community, and they were not killing each other because the Panthers taught against that. But
Well,
when
no,
they
they
killed their
started off.
leaders,
It was, no. As far as them
no,
people he
yes,
just
yes, yes,
named,
yes,
it
yes,
was
yes,
like
yes.
it was race. No, it's not. Those were race wars going on in Chicago at that time. It was a lot of white folks going around hunting down black folks, and that's why they started them
Yeah, well,
gangs.
that's a racial that was going on long before the Panthers were. That's why the Panthers were even formed, to prevent that from happening to us, to prevent them from continuously killing us.
The Panthers inspired most of them dudes that he just named right there. They was inspired
They
by the
were
Black
with the
Panthers.
Panthers, but after, there's an African saying that when the leaders died, the black ants scatter, or they're confused, and it's true. When you had all these positive leaders, you had all these great examples of what you can become. You had these teachers teaching you that you're more than just a name they gave you. You had these organizations coming together in a positive way, and then all of a sudden they kill your leaders. Then the media puts out that your leaders are drug dealers and gang members and thieves, and they put out all this negativity. And what happened? We scattered. And these children that were under the care of these leaders are now given money, guns, houses, and cars to destroy their own communities. There are CIA reports on this. This is not me just talking. This is actual facts. They put the drugs in our community. They kidnap people and put them on drugs. They let people out of prison that was destroying our community back onto the streets to guide these children. That's how Raymond Washington, his daughter, Rayshana, is a member of Save Black Boys. She speaks on this all the time of how her father became one of the notorious gang members. It wasn't the Black Panthers when he was in their schools that made him this way. He wasn't not a negative person. He was a positive person. But she talks about this actual facts, what I'm telling you right now, of what happened to her father, and she's still alive to tell the story. You can go on and on her YouTube and look it up. You know, they're doing a movie about him, and you can see what she says. But this is what happened to those children that were under the care of the Panthers. They were deliberately put and forced and taught how to separate and divide from one another. So you have one side that's representing a blue rag, another side representing a red rag, and who's controlling both sides? The police, the CIA, the government is controlling both of them and teaching them to hate one another. They're killing one of the members of the set or the community, and then throwing a rag on top of the body, and then all these people from this set are over there trying to kill the others, thinking that they did it, and the whole time it was set up for the police. They still do the same thing to this day. We saw it with Nipsey Hussle. Why was Big U even allowed to be in the position he was? The FBI knew everything that was going on. Everything. But they were allowing them to kill the leaders. Nothing's changed. It's just new names, same game. We have to wake up and understand what's going on here. I'm done.
So what I was saying was that's why the Black Panthers, the leaders of the Black Panthers, Jeff Fort, Larry Hoover, Willie Lloyd, are incarcerated because they're so influential
Yes.
that they can create the uprising amongst black people. The motherfuckers who did what they did on January 6th were nothing but a bunch of followers. So it's no, like the sister said, them niggas ain't no threat for real.
Right.
Them Black Panthers and them gang leaders are threats if they hit these fucking streets. Larry Hoover been locked up since the 70s.
Hmm.
It's 2025. I think Jeff Fort was locked up before Larry Hoover.
Hmm.
And these niggas still alive.
Come on. Come on.
But you let one of them niggas out, the whole landscape of gangs go fucking change.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Suge
you,
Knight,
King. Thank you.
Suge Knight had too much influence. They locked him up. Tookie Williams had too much influence. They killed him, even though it was for nothing.
Thank
So
you.
what they gonna do to? I don't identify as black because black
You're
means
not a
dead
color.
in the law. But if you're a melanated person that is influential to other people to where you can create a movement, Malcolm X, they killed him. Martin Luther King, they killed him.
Marcus Garvey.
Killed him.
Noble Ali. Come on.
So it's like, fuck it. I don't know if this nigga had baby oil. He was fucking niggas and, you know, but he's a black billionaire. So either they gonna kill you or they gonna throw you away. They couldn't really kill him. Look at
Mm.
the guy in Africa. His security team, they were offered $5 million to assassinate him. All of them turned it down.
Is that
So
the
it's
one
You talking
who
about you talking about
talked about the
you
shots?
talking about Gaddafi?
huh?
Who are you talking
Gaddafi?
about?
Nah, there's a new dude. This new dude, not Gaddafi. There's another
Oh, the one with the
Oh, you
beret?
talking about that general, the guy with the
Yeah.
military? He be walking around
Yeah.
with the
I
military
like him.
uniform on,
yeah.
I like him.
with, he got the cut on his face. He keep a pistol on it.
Yeah, they're trying to knock him off right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
they can't
They tried to kill him like last month, about a week ago or something like that.
yeah, but they can't infiltrate the security team. And that's the thing.
Yeah, he never wears a suit. He always a military.
Yeah, because he know it
Gotta
could go
stay
down
ready.
at any minute.
But I like how the people are protecting him.
Yeah.
It's not like our leader can get pulled over by the police and end up dead. I still can't fathom how anybody could have taken someone out of a back seat like Noble Drew Ali and take him to a prison when there should have been brothers all around him to where no one should have been able to touch him. The same for all of our leaders. How were they able to get to them if it wasn't an inside job?
But it's always an inside job.
Yes, always inside though.
That's the whole point. Look how Nipsey got killed. Somebody he knew. Inside job. Same game, new names. That's what we have to stop. We have to stop betraying one another. And I love how those brothers in Africa are standing and willing to die to protect him. And no amount of money is making them turn around. That was
Because
great example. Thank you for sharing that.
if you think about it, $5 million ain't shit when you're on the land that has
Real
all the
talk.
resources.
Thank you.
It's,
Thank
yeah,
you.
like them motherfuckers, them Arabians and all them motherfuckers could buy 1 million fucking Trump cards.
Yeah. You can't offer a nigga who making X amount of dollars 5 pennies to do some betrayal type of shit. You can only offer that to a motherfucker who ain't got shit.
Right.
A
Right.
motherfucker who's not being treated right by
Or
their
one you
leader.
just let out of prison.
So it's like them dudes that got out. I mean, Trump ain't no dummy. Everybody always say he a stupid motherfucker. He far from that.
Far from it.
He ain't no dummy. And then another thing you got to think about, like, it's certain things that President City gonna do, but they really don't have the authority to do it.
Mm.
So it's like how Kanye from 16 to 20 was saying that's why you got the pardon Larry Hoover. He gave it real consideration. I know that because I know people who's had conversations with Trump. And that's how he lost in 2020.
Mm.
Because he gave that real consideration.
Wow.
Well,
So
they cheated. That 2020, they definitely rigged that. That shit was rigged like a motherfucker.
so they kicked him out in 2020. 21. He was betrayed by Republicans who were working with the Democrats. Because when he got in,
Wow.
he ran his first election with his own money, which means he didn't owe anybody shit. And he got in that bitch and went to tripping, doing what the fuck he wanted. And then he got spooked. We got to get this motherfucker out of here. And then Joe Biden, the dementia kicked in, and he waited till the end of the fucking till it was 5-6 months before the election and dropped out. Well, who better to go back in than a motherfucker who already been in there?
Mm.
Like, I believe that Hillary Clinton is the most powerful female political figure right now. And if she
I
couldn't
mean,
be, I
she
don't
been
think,
there for 30 years.
huh?
Past 30
I
years,
want to
she's
know
been
why
like
he says that.
the past 30 years, she's been the top. She's been the top female. Hillary
Because
Clinton
she
dangerous as hell.
because she's a politician who was a former first lady.
Mm.
She didn't get into
Uh-huh.
politics because her husband was in politics. She was already in politics. You know, when they met and got married or whatever. It wasn't no new shit for her. And what a lot of people don't want to look at, didn't want to look at, ain't no fucking woman beating Trump. Because you still have misogyny in this world. So there's a lot of people that saying black men sold out the black woman and they voted for Trump. Misogyny is something that's a gender thing. It ain't got nothing to do with race, the way you look. You gotta think about I got a partner, friend of mine, been friends since motherfucking elementary. And his girl run the house. He'll never admit that, but that's what it is because that's what I've seen. And I know that he voted for Trump. I got another partner. He got put out. You know, she put him out on the streets. All he fuck with now is white girls. He voted for Trump. And it's like we say that the black men didn't do what they were supposed to do without looking at the trauma behind the reasons for what they did, why they did what they did do.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
Ain't too many black. Yeah, you right. You 1000% right about
you know, Kamala don't identify as black. She
that at all.
identifies as what she is. And it's not
So,
because she don't like black people. It's because she ain't fucking stupid. And she understand that black ain't no fucking race.
Exactly.
How people always
They
say,
know who we are. We don't.
how people always talk about reparations. Africa is not a country, it's a continent.
Right.
So we could thank Jesse Jackson for that, for calling us African Americans. You know, he did that. He made that the popular term because people didn't want to be called colored, or Negro, or black, which those three are also not nationalities.
Exactly.
You have to declare your nationality. You have to get your status corrected before you can say anything about a birth certificate.
Right.
But what a lot of people don't want to do, they don't want to get with the $5 Indians who are not Native Americans, the Mongolians, because they know that we are the original natives, but they can't humble themselves enough to find out from the Mongolians what their status is and prove their status to get the fucking $5,700 a month that these fucking Mongolians are getting.
Hmm.
And incarceration don't stop it because them fucking fake Indians, they'll get on a poker table and lose $2,000. And they'll be
Right.
like, man, just wait till the first when I get my check. And they pay up every time. And it's been going on for a long time. And now what the Mongolians doing, like when you go west and north, especially the Pacific Northwest, they got all the fucking casinos. Ain't no fucking regular casinos like in Vegas, in Oregon, in Washington, and Idaho and shit. It's all Indian fucking shit.
Arizona too.
And that's fucking wild. That's wild. It's fucking
Yeah.
crazy. But as long as we keep on, I mean, T.I. said this shit 10
And they
years
got it
ago.
for us dying through the civil rights movement. They benefit.
What Ti?
Yeah.
What Ti said?
T.I. said we'll never get reparations as long as we keep calling ourselves black.
Yeah, black
Well,
is the color. It's
the
not a race.
Moors have been saying that for how long? What is it?
Yeah,
I
black.
think it's still 50 cents to get your nationality card and understand your creed. But you that's over a lot of heads, and people don't want to be identified as they don't want to group themselves with each other. We don't want to group ourselves with each other. We'd rather stay under that title of Negro, black, or color. We don't want to know the truth. We don't want to evolve as a people, as a whole. We keep avoiding it. Black means death in America. Period.
Yeah.
Black means death in America, and it has since I was born. I know my
It had it,
grandparents. I know
it
people
has
that
since
fought.
before you was born. It is
Yeah,
mean
way
that
before him.
long before we were born. And like I know that my great grandmother, my father's grandmother, she was full blood fucking Cherokee.
Mine too.
And my mother's grandmother was full blood fucking Choctaw.
Come on.
But I'm around here calling myself black? Nah.
Yeah,
I don't
what
even
the
think.
You
whole
didn't
thing
have a
about
choice.
the
That's
whole
the
thing
name
about
that was given to you.
well, it's
That's on
not
my
that you had no
that's on my
choice.
birth
What
certificate.
happened? What happened was that hold on. What happened was when they was setting up the Trailer Tier, Oregon Trail, and everything, they was pushing the natives towards the west so they could colonize the East Coast from top to bottom.
No,
So
not the natives, the Mongolians,
hold
the
on.
ones who actually came here on the slave ships.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ones who was already here. What I'm saying to you is this right here. It was already natives in each. So in each one we call states right now, it was already different tribes all over in each one of these states. It was different tribes.
Yeah.
When they was colonizing America, when they was colonizing this country back then, they pushed all the Native Americans to the west. The darker ones and the stronger ones, the ones who were dark and strong, or the ones who were strong, period, they kept those and they listed them as Negroes instead of putting Native Americans on. They put that's why you got so many mixed up people now, and they don't really know where they coming from, or they just know that what I'm saying that somebody a native in their family, but they don't know the history because they
Right.
started listing natives as Negroes when they was signing them off. You know what I'm saying? They was doing documentation. So that's why you got so many mixed up, in a big ball of confusion because they took the Native Americans who was here when they first landed, when they first got here on the ship, it was already black people here. They were just natives. They took the lighter ones and the weaker ones, the women, a lot of the women and stuff, and the older ones, they pushed them to the west coast. They kept the darker ones and the stronger ones on the east. And that's how you get mixed in with the little Africans. It wasn't really that too many Africans that came over like that. And it was African slaves that came here and things like of that nature, but it wasn't that many as they claim. That South America got all them, South America and the Bahamas and all them places. That's where all them people went. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, America got the last flip of that slave trade. It didn't get the thick of it. These people was already here. That's why, you know what I'm saying, you go back in time, you look at Native American pictures, you'll see a lot of people that look similar to the ones you see to the people you see
Exactly.
here right now. Sure. They
My
took the
great
lighter
grandmother
Indian.
told me. My great
Uh-huh.
grandmother told me. Now, my grandmother on my daddy's side was born in 1929, which means 1863, January 1st, Emancipation Proclamation to June 19, 1865. My great grandmother was alive. That lady told us I was 6 years old. She said she's never been a slave. Her mama was never a slave, and her
Mm.
grandmother was never a slave in New Orleans.
Mm. But New Orleans fought against it. They rebelled.
Yeah,
So they fought against it. And, I mean, we didn't just sit
New,
back and say we're gonna be
well,
slaves.
New,
It
New
just didn't
Orleans,
happen like
New
that.
Orleans,
A lot of the slaves
New
that we
Orleans,
know about were children.
New Orleans had Louisiana still had free people. It wasn't. It was a mix up. Everybody wasn't slaves in Louisiana like that. Louisiana did have slaves, but some most parts in Louisiana you could buy your freedom and get out of there. Um, they did have some of the worst type of slave masters. They was branding they slaves on the head. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll put
Mississippi
a big
had the
old brand.
cruelest.
Yeah, they was branding them on the head instead of like other body parts. They'll put it on their forehead. But
Mm.
Louisiana was a mixed up state because they had so many Haitians and Native Americans and
Yeah.
the Africans
Creole.
did come, but like I said, the invasion of them Africans was like what they try to make like South America got most of them Africans that they claim, and America didn't really get as many Africans as they, as they pushed like that. It was already people here.
They took free people. They took us. They took the original people and killed the elders and made the children. They lied to us about what we were, who we were. I didn't even know. I thought we came from slavery when I was a kid because that's what we were taught in our schools. That's what we were learning in our history class. I knew more about Columbus than I knew about any African or anybody that had ever discovered or had ever built America. We didn't learn about Benjamin Banneker. We didn't learn about people that made a difference that was honored all over the world. I knew about Harriet Tubman and Martin Luther King. That's what we were taught in our schools.
Yeah.
And no one had the knowledge other than my grandmother telling us about her native being raised in a teepee and things like that. But that was far away from me to even be able to imagine because she didn't have the language to teach us.
Right.
They had to leave. Everything was stripped of them. My grandmother, they had to change their name. She was part of the whole process of what happened in Oklahoma. And she told me that happened all over. It wasn't just in Oklahoma. But she didn't have anything. They took the land. They took their businesses. These people, my grandmother, they weren't poor people. They created liquor. They did all the things that people are still making money off of now. But they couldn't give that to us. They weren't able to give us that generational wealth because it was stolen from them. They got out with their lives and barely made it out.
Like, I just learned a couple weeks ago that country music was created by people that look like us.
Exactly.
Now, the only
All music
thing
originates
black
from
folks,
us.
the only thing black folks, I think, from my understanding, knowing history, the only thing black folks really took from somebody was, as far as like some culture shit, was that tap dancing. They took that from the Irish when they was up there, like when the Irish was flooding New York, and they brung in that polka and all that kind of music and stuff, that riverboat dancing and all that kind of shit. They brung that to this country, and the black slaves used to dance with the Irish for money and shit. And so by the time the 1900s hit, in the late 1800s, they put a tap on the bottom and they start tap dancing. That's how they start, and black folks start getting money like this. But they took the style though. They took the dance, added the tap, and that's where the tap dance came from.
The whole tap dance, that was you can trace that all the way back to the Egyptians and
I
how
don't know
they used
about
to
that.
dance
I know that
with the bells on.
The ankle bells. Yeah, I seen them.
that's really, the Egyptians really do more belly dancing and stuff like that. Yeah, they into more belly dancing and stuff.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Egypt. It was Niger, where they have
The Irish were black people or darker hued people.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, and look, the original,
So
the original
it
Europe.
came from them. That they were us.
I keep telling you, the original continent of Europe was inhabited by black people first, and they found the new land past the ice wall, and that's where the original ones went to. The Saint John Pope and all them guys. Those black leaders from that time, the Moors and all that kind of stuff. The people that ran Europe, they found the gap past the Antarctica and everything, and they went through there, and that's where they, you know what I'm saying, that's where those people are at. Like it was, Europe was covered by black people.
Mm-hmm.
The medieval times, like all that kind of stuff. That's where they get all that stuff from. It was black people in Europe, and they left them all those buildings you see, all those coliseums and everything like that. They left that to those white people that came in the Julius Caesar, all that kind of stuff. They left that to them people. They found the new land. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to wonder about like where this or where that. That whole Wakanda and all that kind of stuff. Some of that concept is real, as far as, you know, a Nubian race with high power, with extraterrestrial power.
It's very real, but it's not in our realm. It's not within the ice wall.
Right.
It ain't within. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Europeans that was black before the white ones came in from the Caucasus Mountains, they found the passageway out of this ice wall. And so when they left and took that, you know, that's where the upperclassmen of black people were. They were in Europe, you know, for quite some time, about, you know what I'm saying, over 1,000 or so years. And then you had, like, for example, it'll go from Europe, then you had North Africa, then you had, you know, Mid Africa, South Africa, and all that kind of stuff. And it was basically a tier. The wealthiest, the richest, the powerfulest Africans, they were in Europe. And so, like, once they found the new passageway to get up out of there with everything, they got up out of there and left everything to the white folks. And that's where everything you see from them, it was pretty much handed down from the black folks who inhabited that land prior to that.
The Moors has a lot of truth
Yes.
to it, but I don't believe in religion.
Yeah. The
I
Moors
believe
told
You
us
said
that too.
you said the Moors had a lot of truth, but you don't believe in what now?
I don't believe in
Religion.
religion.
Oh, okay, okay, right.
Like the Moorish, the Moroccan American treaty is, what is it, 3 times as long as the Antarctic Treaty.
Mm.
So getting with those guys, if you could get with those guys and pick their brains and not allow the Islam that has infiltrated the Moors,
Mm-hmm.
because you have a lot of Moors that are not a part of the Moorish Science Temple. A lot of the Moors, you know, you have a lot of Moors that still practice spiritualism,
Yep.
which came from the ancestors, be it the African ancestors or the native ancestors. Think about, like, Magic Johnson is 2025, and Magic Johnson announced that he was HIV positive in 1992. That's
Right.
33 years. You got 3 stages of HIV. You got the acute, you got the fucking it's 3. The first one is acute. The second one is, damn, what the fuck is this second one? The acute infection, that's when you ain't fucking with you. The chronic infection, and then you got AIDS. That's the third stage
Mm-hmm.
of HIV. In 1992, that averaged to be about 10 to 12 years. Magic Johnson been HIV positive for 33 years. But then you have some beliefs that Dr. Sebi actually cured him. And it's in the Catholic Bible, but it's not in the King James version of the New Bible, the non-Catholic Bible. All of the cures, all the diseases are in the plants all around the world. And it's believed that Dr. Sebi was cured by Magic Johnson. Lisa Left Eye Lopez went there for some chronic disease, and it was cured, and they had to kill her before she made it back. Like it's so much out there, but it's like we don't have no proof because they put out just as much misinformation as they put out information,
Mhm.
and that's where they
Right.
fuck over us at.
That's how they were able to trick the Moors.
Yeah,
When they told the Moors that they were going to be the rulers over the Americas, so they got them to kill their women, their queens, and
But no,
that
they never tricked the Moors is the one right now the
who do
rules. They
you
ain't
think
never tricked
led
nobody.
them to who do you think was able to navigate? They didn't know how to navigate. They didn't know how to go
Yeah, that's what I'm
through the
saying. The
waters, and
Moors,
they
that's what
didn't know anything. The
that's what I'm
Moors
saying to you.
taught them the Moors taught
That's what
them
I'm saying.
civilization, taught them how to
Moors are
bathe.
the
What are you
ones.
talking about?
Yeah, the Moors are the
The
ones
Moors
that
ruled
went in.
over the Moors ruled over nations for
Yeah,
decades.
so how you saying they tricked the Moors?
I'm
They never
saying that
tricked the
they
Moors
I'm
before.
saying that because they promised the Moors the Americas. And when they and the Moors did everything that they told them. They were
Wait,
the ones they were teaching them.
listen to what
Hold
I'm
on a
saying.
second. I know a little bit about this. I don't know a lot, but I know a little bit. I know a little bit. See, it's just like the Moors taking on the native tongue of Arabic. They had their own language. We had languages before the Arabics invaded Cubalon. We had our own n- tongue, and we adapted their principles because the Arabics tricked the Moors into believing that they were brothers. And as soon as they got everything they wanted, they turned on them. They literally started messing with their women. They started the alcoholism, and they started killing off their queens because you got to remember you have queens that you can learn about right now that really existed, like what they in the Bible they talk about Nehemiah building the wall, but Queen Nadi really did build the wall around her kingdom. She was a real human being that really existed. She even took the head off the statue of Caesar and put it under the ground so her tribe can walk over his head all the time going into her home, to make sure that they understood that she was not to be tampered with. The women were the power. And I'm not saying that women are over men, don't get it twisted at all. But the women protected the men. So if you get rid of the women, and the Arabs knew this, if you get rid of their women, get them to get rid of their women and tell them that they're the man and they're supposed to be the ones who lead, not women, then they knew that that would weaken them as beings, because you're taking the porthole of God away. And I don't know if that's going to trip some people out or whatever, but that's what happened. They killed off their strength. It's just like killing the queen bee. You can't kill her because she keeps producing. And you can't kill the woman because until we learn that we need each other. I need you, you need me. We can but they convinced us that we don't need each other, that the men should rule and the men should be over this and the men should be over there, and we're gonna let you be over the Americas. And it was all a game.
that's where misogyny comes from. Because do you know that when a man ejaculates into a woman, that DNA never goes away, whether she get pregnant or not.
Exactly.
Which is why a woman could have a baby for one man, and that baby could look like, say a woman's been married for 20 years, and then she divorces, marries another man, they get pregnant. The baby look like this husband that she was with for 20 years because he's been ejaculating in her for 20 years.
So soul ties.
It's a soul tie. So
Mm-hmm.
the DNA of the baby is going to match the father, but the DNA of that previous man becomes a part of the woman every time he ejaculates on her. And the baby come out looking like the other dude, but this old boy baby, it's the new dude baby, but
Mm-hmm.
he has some of the other dude's DNA because that DNA stays inside the woman.
And we've seen examples of that on how a woman can have two different races of babies.
Yeah.
She could be with a European, but she can give birth to a twin, and one of them's from the last man she was with. That's going on to this day.
Yeah.
There are
That
living
ain't going
examples of that.
that ain't gonna stop. That's why it's viewed that women need to be more conservative with their sex lives.
Mm.
But it's been about 100 years now when the women's empowerment prohibition movement happened, and now I guess it was starting in like the 70s or 80s where free love became a thing with the hippies where you could fuck who you want. You don't have to stick to one man. You don't have to stick to one woman. You just fuck whoever you want. And the craziest part about it, like we're the only species on the earth that commits to one person.
Well, that's for tax. That was for tax reasons. America bring that bullshit in, so you can't be no bigger motherfucker than the rest. Like they made sure that you had a couple, a man and a woman, so you couldn't have 5 women and 1 man, and you got all kind of incomes coming in, or you got 5 men, 1 woman. You got well, it's okay when a woman do it, but like I said, America made sure that it was not going to be no polygamy or whatever. They did that for tax reasons. They, you know what I'm saying, to keep certain people in a certain tax bracket.
But you have several people that are using the First Amendment to get around that.
Well, the Amish got like 5, 10 wives and everything like that. They don't believe in the Amish
Yeah,
get away with
because
it in America.
Different state of law, their religious
yeah,
beliefs.
But
Just like the
I think
Muslims,
it's
they
too.
have 10 and 12 wives.
I think
The
Colorado.
nations.
I think Utah, Colorado, and the one more state, or those two. It's one of the two. They the only ones that really got it where you can get married to more than one person. In
but you could do it.
Utah,
You
I
could do
think it's
it in any state. You could do it in any state legally if you use that First Amendment because it's not just freedom of speech; it's freedom of religion,
That's right.
it's freedom of the press. Like a lot of people don't know them 10 most important first 10 amendments. The rest of them don't matter. Like the Emancipation Proclamation did not free slaves. All the Emancipation Proclamation did was start the prison industry. Because it says no, I think it's 14, 13 or 14. It said nobody will be subject to involuntary servitude unless for conviction of a crime. and they've been trying to fight that for a long time. Because you go to jail, you definitely picking some fucking cotton. I know in Louisiana you are. I know in
Right.
Mississippi you are. I know in Arkansas you are. I can't speak for no other states because I ain't been to, state prison in no other states. In the feds, you ain't doing that because they ain't allowing that. They're not allowing the involuntary servitude in the feds. But these states, they still doing it. Like Louisiana State Penitentiary in Angola is LSP and it's nicknamed the last slave plantation. But the craziest thing about it is that it's not really a nickname. Angola
Somebody.
State Penitentiary was actually the last slave plantation in the state of Louisiana. Parchment was the last slave plantation in the state of Mississippi.
So you saying these old federal prisons that they were slave plantations before that?
Yes.
Right. They were breeding children in those prisons. They were actually taking free people, free young girls and young men, and having them in prison their whole life, just having babies, so they can use them for slavery. Read about the chain gang. Read about. I mean, my God, when I tell you,
Hold on. So you said the chain gang used to be a breeding farm?
what? That's how most of those were children on the
Big,
chain gang.
big strong niggas.
Thank you. They were coming. They were being born in prison and put out on the chain gang. They were reproducing them. And they're talking about the Chinese built the railroads. No, you got to go back. You got to go back. Just like they're talking about giving what is that island where the prison is? Is it Terminal Island? What's it called? That they're trying to give to the saying that the Asians were there, the Chinese were there. We were there before they ever came to America. And they're trying to give them that land because they said they worked it and I'm just like, boy, we can't get a break. We can't get a break. We don't have any land to give anybody until we've received our land back that was taken. But we don't know. We don't even, we have no clue. We have no clue. My grandchildren are just now, and this is my second set of grandchildren, not the ones that are in college. I'm talking about the ones in elementary school. They were just talking about Christopher Columbus. I thought they were done teaching that lie.
No.
It's still going on. They're
No.
taking down black monuments and black museums, and or darker hued, and they're still teaching Christopher Columbus.
And the craziest part about the Christopher Columbus thing is he's supposed to be the one who discovered America.
Exactly.
But America is named after a Spaniard, Americos Vespucci.
Thank you.
So,
And the Moors ruled over Spain for how many? 40? What is it? 40 years?
no, they ruled over Spain over 100 years.
But we don't know that. We're not being taught that. Have no clue.
They ain't gonna tell you that.
I mean, when you see the wealth of our queens that they don't even mention, that people don't even know existed, you'd be like, are you serious? That
What you
led
mean? See the wealth
armies.
of our queen? You look at Queen Elizabeth. That's the wealth of Africa right there.
Come on. Every crown on her head was stolen. They didn't even have that jewelry.
Every time.
But if we talk about that or we try to teach that, then we're going against America. That's the coldest part.
But see, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's not going against America. See, we the trick was the trick was they categorized and grouped America with the United States, but that's two totally different jurisdictions.
Right. Right.
Which is why when you have places like the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, the District of Columbia, those are not states. Why are they not states? Because the leaders in those places wouldn't go for it. And that's why Trump treated them the way that he treated them when they had that devastating hurricane. Because Trump was feeling like, well, they're not a part of the United States, but they are in American territory.
Mm. Mm. That's interesting. So does that apply to like Belize too? I just learned you can drive to Belize from America.
Yeah, Belize, American Samoa, you know what I mean? Hawaii did not want to become a state.
That's why they allow that the reason that the Chinese and Japanese are so fluent in America is because they use them to bomb Pearl Harbor,
Yeah.
to take Hawaii, so they can take Hawaii because Hawaii looked like us. Hawaiians used to look like us. If you go there now, you'll see the statues that stand over 12 feet tall, and you're going to see they're darker hued. You see their nappy hair. Come on.
Which is why they use that laser that they call the lightning strike
Right.
to fuck Hawaii up.
Right. And the queen, the ruler of Hawaii, was a darker hued woman. And she refused to give them her country. She refused. And they took that's why they did the whole Pearl Harbor mess. Just so they can take it. Whew.
Yeah, but they fucked around and found out with Pearl Harbor.
Didn't they though?
Well, the whole thing about Pearl Harbor, they was really using that to test out they new weapons and stuff. They knew that they was gonna hit that island, and so basically what they wanted to do was use that to take over Hawaii completely, and then not only to get certain things out of Hawaii, but they used that to test out that atomic bomb. They need to use it on somebody. And then after they used that atomic bomb, that's when you started to get all the UFOs and sightings and all that kind of shit started coming through after that. But that's when like other extraterrestrial sources came to see what was going on.
Yeah. I wasn't here.
Once they got that, yeah, and that's what
I
I keep trying
wasn't
to
here.
tell you about. Yeah, when
But
she
they said a
started talking
mushroom
about,
cloud was seen beyond the ice wall. They
yeah,
said,
that's what I'm trying. That's
yeah, they said
exactly
that
that's
shit
what.
was so big, it was seen
Yeah, you can
beyond the
see it in
ice
space.
wall.
Well, nice why you see it was up there in space. You can see it. That's how far it got. But check it out though. Um, that's why I was trying to get it off. Like they can't nobody sell the Moors out. The Moors was the ones. Like I said, Europe was inhabited by black people. The most sophisticated, top of the line black folks was in Europe
Absolutely.
Columbus
first.
was black.
Exact
I'm trying to
Russia
tell you.
everywhere. There's
Listen to what
nowhere
I'm
that we were
saying.
not.
Yeah. Listen to what I'm saying though. They evacuated Europe and left it for the white people and went to another realm of this world outside of the ice wall. We're in an ice wall. We're surrounded by ice. And in these ice walls, there's little gaps you can go through, whatever, to get to the other realm. I sent you the maps of different maps
I
of the
thought we
world.
weren't even allowed to go through the ice wall or to the other side. I thought we were forbidden.
I'm telling you what's going on, Queen. Are you listening to me?
I'm hearing you
Black
right
folks
now.
already Yeah, the people that was in Europe before the Queen Elizabeth, before the Portuguese, before all that, it was all black.
Mm-hmm.
The white folks was up over there in Russia, in the Russia region. It was the Caucasus Mountains, the same mountains that's here to the day. Like I said, if you go watch 1300, if you go watch the movie 13th Warrior and all that, those were the original white folks and everything. They were coming out of caves and everything of that nature. Those are who they were. It was sophisticated black people in Europe prior to all of that. Once they found other parts of the world, they left this behind and went to a whole new place. And they, I'm assuming they got different technology and things like that. They still pop up here and there, whatever. But nevertheless, though, they never did nothing played over no Moors. The Moors know what time it is. The ones who really know what's up. If you look at them African news clips or them African movies, you see them red hat motherfuckers doing all that dictating and killing people and shit. The RUF, all that shit is under that Moor shit. They all come from they all cousins and branches off of that to that. You know what I'm saying? So it's certain black folks who ain't never had no problems in this world because they deal with white folks and they let them think they got power and they play over everybody with these different type of tools. All this shit is sorcery. That phone you on, that's sorcery. The TV you watch is sorcery. All this shit is sorcery. Radios, all that shit is sorcery. It's sorcery.
But
Artificial intelligence.
do you believe that there are cosmic forces that we can't see?
Do I believe what?
Cosmic
what?
forces that we can't see.
I'm trying to tell you what's going on. They got a treaty, like you talking about this, the Antarctica Treaty. Once anybody violates that treaty, then you're gonna have a real world war on your hands because Antarctica got all those minerals and all those nuclear ingredients and everything like that.
All those
Yeah,
answers.
so
The answers. That's what Antarctica had.
Antarctica has the answers. But yeah, thank you. And so basically, the whole world has a pact. You fuck with it as far as using what's over there against each other. So that's why they over there in individual. If you look at a map from 1950 in the 50s and stuff like that, you'll see that Hitler has his own land out there. The Nazis, that's like I told y'all, he wasn't killed in the war and then like that. They went to they went out there to South America where the rest of the Confederacy was, where the KKK, the Confederacy, and all those people all the rich slave masters who left the South while the war was going on, they went to South America. And they started their own little nation out there. If you go to South America, they got Confederate flags out there. You understand what I'm saying? They got Confederate flags out there. They are real Confederate. And so after he left Argentina, seeing that they was doing their work out there, because I don't know if y'all remember, South America used to be one of the wealthiest places in the world in the early days, early 1900s and shit like that. South America, 1800s stuff. South America was where it was at. They was already popular, and so the Nazis left from South America. They went towards Antarctica, where it ain't no bugs, no diseases, it ain't no mosquitoes. They didn't have to worry about no outside forces and like that because nobody was up there. And if you look at a map from the 1950s, the late 50s up there, like 57, 55, all that kind of shit around that time, you'll see Nazi territory over there by Greenland and stuff like that.
Like I got a map of the flat Earth and beyond the second ice wall.
Okay,
Like,
yeah. Right.
and the names of these places, one of them is the Land of Oz. You know, Asgard, where Thor is from, Narnia,
As Thor
where
and all that, right? Yeah,
where
and then but
Disney.
see, look at that land piece where it's like Saint Joseph or something like that, Saint Peter or something. It's some Saint Joseph, Saint Paul, something like that. But that's the black dude that ran, of course, in Europe and everything like that before the white folks had to have it.
Like
Like Lennox and Marks.
there's an actual Disneyland beyond the ice wall. You have a place called Middle Earth that's inside the outside of our ice wall, but inside of the second ice wall. You have Neverland. Like, and these motherfucking maps were made long before Michael Jackson's
Well,
Neverland,
yeah,
Peter
but see, that's
Pan.
that's where that Avatar. That's what Avatar got a lot of that
What
shit
is,
from.
wait a minute, I need to know about that. I learned about
If
the
you look at
world
that,
being flat on this show.
if you look at the Avatar movie, you'll see floating lands in the clouds and stuff. It got that's the type of stuff that goes on, outside the ice wall. So you got to recognize, like, we're being put in a program. The only way we can make it is to stick together. But I think that we try to bring so many people along, it get watered down in the process. But the only way to fight this, only way to fight the system is to, what I'm saying, is to unite.
I believe that.
You gotta look. You don't see. Back in the day when I was coming up, I ain't gonna say back in the day, but when I was coming up, right, you had white boys who used to be you had the damn crocodile hunter and shit. You had white boys go out there, you know, fuck with animals, land, anything. In this day and time, 2025, you're supposed to have white boys going in these caves in New Mexico. It's supposed to be shit like that happening. You don't never see that because they don't want you to see. If you ever seen The Hills Have Eyes and stuff like that, them type of movies, that shit real. It's really people living like that. You look at The Hills Have Eyes and you see, you seeing people who survive these nuclear blasts and everything like that. That shit real.
I'm sending you the picture now, Ron. These are the 5 dimensions that have been explored, allegedly.
I
So
want to see. Send them to me. Send them to me, Ronnie.
1, 2, 3,
All
4,
right.
5 ice walls, and there's still openings in the 5th ice wall.
Yeah, I already sent you some of this, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to an episode.
Yeah,
I
because when you open
apologize.
my eyes to the world being flat, that was like
Yeah, you gotta look at it
awakening
like
for
you
me.
look at all.
I
You
had
gotta
no clue.
look at a water. Yeah, if you look at a watermelon or orange or apple, you just cut it in half, and that's what we on. We
Yeah, but
on
we
we
need
on
to
a
be
we on a
taught
piece
that.
of.
We need to know that. We need to know that. We need to know those facts.
Okay, let's look at let's go to my thoughts on everything. Oh no, let's go do that one. Let's go to
Thank you.
this is a short, but we can look at it. We'll check it out. 1587 World's Map shows land beyond ice wall Antarctica. Let's check this out. It's only a minute.
So why aren't we trying to go? Why are we just stuck?
We can't go.
That's the
Family, if you
It's
think
divine.
censoring is something new, think again. Look at this map, family. This is a map of the year 1587. And look at this one. This is the New World Map. There is a big discussion surrounding if the earth is round or flat. But family, why does all the other world maps look like this? Like this, 1635, you see landmass again below South America, and like this one, the map of 1587. And then we have the new one, the censored one, missing things everywhere. And family, do you see this continent, Zealandia? Look, a new continent, Zealandia, found under the Pacific Ocean. This 1587 map shows Zealandia. And look, family, this is Arctic and this is Australia. And family, look at the continents and look at the sizes. They are huge. And the old maps also mention North Pole. Look, family, if you think censoring is something new, think again. Look at this map, family. This is a map of the year 1587.
Drinks. Yeah. Wanna get
Now, I want to also add to this. I want to also add that if you look at the NATO, you look at they, logos and stuff, it all, what I'm saying, look at the dollar. It all shows, what I'm saying, like a circle and some type of blockage around it. The land, like, I'm gonna tell you like this, like Mortal Kombat, they used to talk about the outer world, the outer rim and all that kind of shit. That shit is real. Like Australia is it's like he said, it's land below that. And some say that that's the way to get to the outer world is to go through Australia. That's why Australia is like, 90% undiscovered. Like they've only went so far in Australia.
And we used
Even
to
in
be
Africa
there
too. That's the point. Yeah, the point I'm making is that there's a lot of different lands beyond this one, and the further you go out, the stronger and the more powerful these type of beings get to. Let me see if I can. Let's go to Spooky, the hidden world beyond the ice wall. Subscribe to Spooky. Here's my review.
The Antarctic, a frozen wasteland at the very bottom of our beautiful planet, spanning 5,500,000 square miles in size, which is 40% larger than all of Europe, and sitting at a latitude of -69.6 and a longitude of 0. This enigmatic behemoth of ice and snow takes the place of our 7th and least populated continent. And in the grand scheme of things, we really don't know much about it. No one lives there full time, save for the 1,000 or so researchers and scientists stationed. No one's allowed to visit on their own. And in school and life, we're not taught any usable information about it. This strange land has captured the eye of many over our world's history, causing some of the greatest feats of exploration to date. But something still leaves skeptics and theorists alike asking questions about the true nature of the Antarctic. Tales of old forgotten lands, far beyond this proverbial wall of ice. Stories of strange beings and creatures that inhabit those lands, and whispers of entire civilizations past the snow-covered mountains and icebergs. Flora, fauna, humans, and entire continents with their own cultures, their own histories, their own foundations, and their own scientific rules and laws of nature. What if I told you that there is a world or worlds that exist beyond the wall of ice in the Antarctic? A world that plays home to millions of lost civilizations, and millions more of new civilizations. Prehistoric animals and giant arachnids, dragons and sea creatures, gnomes and goblins, orcs and blimiers, islands and continents, magic, spells, wars, geopolitical turmoil. It all exists in these lands beyond ours. You would think I'm crazy, right? Maybe not. I guess we're all kind of crazy for watching this. In this video, I'm going to be taking a look at this alleged lore of all these creatures and lands and cultures and the histories of how they were created, found, and how they're being hidden in modern day. All of these places that take place beyond Antarctica and why we can't go there, what possibly is out there, and the amazing and teeming life that allegedly exists. And hopefully I'll be stringing it together in a way that is understandable and easy to follow along, because trust me, it is a lot. If you enjoy speculative history and speculative evolution, then this is the video for you. You have found a gold mine. Hopefully you enjoy it. Now, are there actually land masses and continents and animals and all that stuff beyond the ice wall? No, there's probably not. But it's really fun to sit here for hours and weeks on end and think about it and write lore about it. And that's what's happened here. And that, my friends, is what I love. I mean, in our known world, we talk of extraterrestrials, and the words extraterrestrial just means not of our Earth. But what if that just means it's beyond our known Earth? And the planets that exist beyond the ice wall are where those extraterrestrials are from. So if that sounds cool to you, please leave a like on this video. My eyes are dead, my brain is melting out of my ears, and my hunchback is getting worse. But this video is super fun to make, and I really hope you enjoy it all. I want this to act as a one-stop shop for lore of what's behind the ice wall and the behind the ice wall and beyond the ice wall fan base. So hopefully that's what it is, and hopefully you can just sit back, relax your mind, open it up a little bit, and get ready to hear all the stuff I'm going to mention. It's great. This thing could be made into a movie. Hopefully it will be one day. That'd be really cool, actually. So grab a bucket of popcorn, grab a Dr. Pepper, kick back, grab a blanket too. It's wintertime. And join me as we take a trip beyond the desolate and lonely landscape of the Antarctic into a new world of life, creatures, and lore and history. By the way, this video is really long. You can click the timestamps below at the bottom slide bar thing if you want to skip the specific parts. Like I said, I'm going to be structuring it in very specific ways. That way you can understand it to the best of your ability. Even though some of it makes no sense, we'll get to all of it, don't worry. Lock in and prepare yourself. This is going to be a crazy ride.
All right, for those tuning in, we're tapping into the ice wall. Describes spookily. One thing about this, it can't be denied at this point. I done seen all kind of extraterrestrial crafts and stuff like that in the air. I'm pretty sure I've been around some extraterrestrials. I've seen some real weird stuff on my time, and I have no reason to tell no lie about nothing. I know for a fact, I've been encountering and seeing, strange things in the sky since the show like 15, 16. But like definitely prior to that, but for certain, you know what I'm saying? I remember my first encounter. I was probably like, I think I was about 16, 17. I saw that light and everything like that. Then I seen it take off. And I've been seeing a lot of strange things since then. I will say this, but as I get older and understand the history of where I come from as far as the land, I noticed that the wiser I get, the more I see that they trying to cover up so much. And I think that well, I know for a fact the higher ups know.
Right.
They know the dominant gene. They know everything that they're saying
They just
about
giving
us.
us a little bit of what they already know.
What they trying to do is they gonna be selling us trips to Antarctica in the next 50 to 100 years
They
after
selling
they
them
done
now.
went.
They selling
I
them
bet.
right now.
Yeah, they gonna sell it to us. They're just like diseases and stuff. They don't try to fix you right away. They want to sell you. Man, let me tell you something. We in year 2025. There shouldn't be no sickness that can't be cured. You understand what
Right.
I'm saying? Anything other than that, they you know what I mean? They killing you. They're killing you. So let's tap into it, and we're gonna get into those lands I was telling you about. I can't remember that guy's name, but it'll come up in this video.
All right, so the map that I'm going to be using for this video is going to be in the description below. There's a Google Drive link with an HD quality map. You can zoom up and see all the different lore if you want to. And I'll also be getting information from the World Beyond the Ice Wall, which is a huge help and a very fun deep dive if you're bored on every single night of your life like me and just want something to look at to read and not get bored. Anyways, both those things will be in the description below if you want to go check it out. And major shout outs to the YouTuber Italian PNC for his covering of these maps and kind of little explanations. That way I can make sense of all the things that I'm going to be talking about today. It made it a lot easier. Thank you, bro. Thank you for you're doing the Lord's work. To begin with, I just want to explain the theory in the most layman's terms possible, just to make it as easy for you as I can. That way you can kind of get a baseline for how the video is going to go, and I kind of just want to set the video on a correct course. If you do want to skip ahead to the creature and the land explanations and the history and stuff, again, check the timestamps. This beginning part will be the prehistory and the basic overview. In this theory, the actual shape of the world is not a sphere like we've been told. It's not a flat earth or anything, actually. That's not involved in the theory. But instead, it's more of a snowman shape with planets stacked on top of each other, connected like a snowman. Earth and all the stuff that we know about it. It's 7 continents, all that stuff. It sits on the top of the snowman, where a head of an actual snowman would be. And to the south, or the bottom of our planet Earth, below Antarctica, is the next planet, the body of the snowman. This planet is called Atlas. Atlas is a much larger spherical planet as well, about twice the size of Earth. But below Atlas, on its southern tip, beyond its border, is the biggest planetoid body in this grouping, known as Akupara. So Earth, Atlas, Akupara, this makes the giant planetoid body, and all the mysterious lands and creatures that I'll be discussing exist beyond Earth and in Atlas or Akupara. So this planetoid body is the 3 planets tall, and if you were to look at it from a top-down perspective, you would see the various rings or ice circles that exist to separate the different planets. Like in the main map, you can see how the middle concentric circle is Earth, the one on the outside is Atlas.
Yeah, so even in this, as you can see, it's a flat bottom and round, round body. You see what I'm saying? Like, flat top, round body, but it's stacked up. In this description, like I said, that whole circle thing is crazy, but we gotta pay attention and watch and see.
That's deep.
The maps we've been talking on.
So we just sitting up in an illusion.
Yeah, because for one, they say that it's a few things with that map that we talk. They say it's upside down.
And the one on the outside is Akupara, and beyond that is a land of mysterious, very weird effects known only as the Wastes. Again, they also have their own lore. Don't worry about it. Lore, there's lore everywhere, okay? But this collection of planets, this body, this snowman, is known as Gaia or Gaia. Now, Earth and Atlas are orbited by their own unique suns. They have their own rotations and everything like that. But the bottom planet, Akupara, is so large, so expansive, that it actually has 2 suns that rotate around it. That's how much light it needs. And an important thing to note that in this lore system, the only planetary body that has a moon is Earth. There's no more moons of note. We're unique with that, which is pretty cool, I guess. I like the Mothman hoodie. I think it's pretty cool. Now, in this specific video, I will just be going over the lore of Atlas and the different gates and entrances from our ice walls to get there, and all of the continents, all of the creatures and land masses of importance. That's what I'll be going over in this specific part. If you want a part 2 that has all the lore about Akupara and Atlantis and Asgard and the wastes beyond, leave a like for that. This video
Yeah, and also
would simply be way too long to do if I did all that in one go, and I kind of have to consolidate where I can. So this will be a 2-part series. I'm going to do the second part anyways, but I just appreciate you leaving a like, to be honest. Anyways, all that so far is simple enough. Just a planetoid snowman shape with Earth, Atlas, and Akupara, and the wastes surrounding it. Now, there's said to be other planetary shapes like this and snowmen out in our outer space beyond, but those will be mentioned in a different video. That's not the focus. Gaia, our planetary snowman, is the focus. The outer wastes beyond all of our planets, on the outskirts of everything, are said to extend out infinitely into a flat plane that kind of eventually warps back on itself, creating an eggshell-like thing around the planets. Essentially, the outer wastes are the eggshell, and the Earth, Atlas, and the Akupara, we are the yolk inside the egg. Inside the lore of the Beyond the Ice Wall wiki and the lore system, a substance known as aether fills up the space beyond our planets. Aether essentially keeps everything suspended. It's kind of like the glue that holds our metaphysical realities together. Aether itself is more dense in higher elevations, which keeps things more normal and more sane and less enigmatic, which means that Earth, which sits at the top of the elevation, has the most aether, meaning we have the most normal realities and less magic, less effects, and that sort of thing. Further down you go beyond the ice wall to Atlas and Akupara, the less aether there is, which means there's more magic, there's more strange effects, there's more weird plants and animals and cultures, and it just gets weirder and stranger the further down you go. With less aether means the laws of nature and the fabrics of reality don't mean as much. And that's why the 2 main planets beyond Earth have all the strange stuff I'm going to mention in this video. Aether directly affects things like gravity and light and reality stabilization, which is why strange things do happen in Earth, weird, odd things that can't be explained, but not enough to where it would cause alarm. But these strange things that happen here happen more often as we go down. But just know that the most important part of the aether in this lore is how it affects magic and energies and vibrations. Things like psychic communications and palm readings and future telling and soothsaying and all that kind of stuff, that happens more and it's more realistic where there's no aether or where there's less aether. Things like projections and ghosts and haints and everything like that, beings of the ethereal realm, they can exist outside of the aether, which is why here on Earth you have sightings of like Bigfoot and ghosts and that kind of thing, and magic that happens but can't be explained because there's so much aether here that keeps everything in line. Okay, so just to make sure you're still with me here and you haven't clicked off the video and you're not going insane, let's recap a few things. In the world behind the ice wall lore, Earth, Atlas, and Akupara are on top of each other like a galactic snowman. They're connected by their southern poles, and beyond those walls of ice or walls or borders or whatever is how you get to the different planets. Everything is surrounded by this aether material, this invisible strand that keeps us all together. And where there's aether, there's normalcy. And the further down you go, the less aether there is, therefore the less normalcy there is. Those wastes on the outer edges of the map, they come out and they make an eggshell around our Gaia, our planetary snowman. And planets that I just talked about act as the yolk and sun. And the aether that keeps it all together is the egg whites, that liquid that keeps everything together. In this lore system, as well, there's another substance that's pretty similar to aether, but it's called azoth. And it's kind of like the anti-aether. It's the exact opposite. Azoth is essentially this substance that flows through all matter. It's power, and it's in very high concentration at the very center of our Earth, specifically in Agartha. I probably just woke up Wendigoon saying that. But anyways, Azoth gives people this energy, this life force, this power, and the aether, as I said earlier, kind of limits that magic, that infinity. So it's always the Azoth and the Aether kind of dueling in this cosmic battle of sorts for power and for domination. It is matter and antimatter. They're all doing their own thing, and it's all helping the world or hurting the world show its magic or hide its magic and those kind of properties. You still with me, please? So what I've just described is actually this.
Okay, and you know, when you think about just physics and everything like that, like I said, they altered the map to make every other continent bigger than Africa, and that's really that's white supremacy. That's source. They, you know, that even in the maps, they lie and they try to make Africa the smallest and Russia the biggest and Asia and all this kind of crap, and it's just not true. You could fit Russia inside of Africa and the United States at the same time, and it still won't be filled up. Why they do this? Like I said, it's only thing you can think of is white supremacy. There's no reason to lie to the people, you know, unless they trying to pull something over their head. But they not just lying to black people; they lying to everybody. So it's deeper than just white supremacy. It's a control thing. The last thing they want you to know is who you are, you know. And I'm gonna get back to the video.
The simplest way I can very briefly summarize this theory and the lore therein. Things exist beyond our reality in these faraway lands beyond the ice wall, and those are the things that I'm going to get into in this video. But now that we have all the pre-stuff out of the way, that's just the basic tutorial of the theory. You need to put your tinfoil hats on, and you need to get ready, because I'm about to get into the lands, the creatures, and the histories and all that of these civilizations in the second planet under Earth, known as Atlas.
Now I spoke on the ice wall gates. I was describing a place where the black settlers, the original inhabitants of Europe, in our modern time, as far as, you know, the past 2,000-3,000 years, they were black and they were Nubian. I guess they, you know, they, like I said, they found new land and they were able to make it back and tell about it. And so all the high-powered people of that land that was in Europe and Russia and all that, you know, because that's where a lot of black people were before they went to the Caucasus Mountains and civilized the barbarians. Once they did that, like I said, they left that land, went beyond the ice wall, and we're going to dig into it, see if it pops up. Now, mind you, this video came out 3 months ago.
So the planet Atlas, which is of course the body of the snowman, sits right below us and is accessible beyond our ice caps, our ice walls. And there are actually several different ways in the lore where you can get through the ice wall to explore these faraway distant lands. And before I get to the actual lands, I want to explain those gates a little bit. That way you can kind of get a little premise of what we're going for. The gates are the Sentinel Gate, the Tiger's Gate, the Serpent's Gate, and the Leviathan's Gate. Those are what they've been called, and as you can see in the image, they are labeled here. I'm going to be referencing this map a lot. Get used to it, because that's one of the only references we have. So these gates play a massive role in understanding why certain people are in these lands in Atlas and how they got found. Sentinel's Gate is located at the southern part of the ice wall. The terrain here is pretty flat, dotted with small ponds and marshlands. In these swampy marshlands lives a species of penguin that is much wiser, much more evolved than the penguins that we know. They are the sentinel penguins. Of course, that is where the Sentinel Gate gets its name from. The very first people thought to have found the ice wall and this break in between, the Sentinel Gate, were the Proto-Yagan, I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, Proto-Yagan sailors. Those sailors got horrifically off course and they ended up getting lost and sailing directly through the Sentinel's Gate. A small number of these sailors stayed here and kind of set up camp and colonized the immediate areas. There's not really much plant life to speak of here at Sentinel's Gate because the land is dotted with just lakes and rivers and ponds and things like that. But those penguins that I mentioned that live here, those are another story entirely. They stand at 2.5 meters tall and are extremely, extremely aggressive. They're literally known for how mean they are and how they'll go out of their way to attack people that they see. The sentinel penguins usually spend days at a time standing completely still, just idling there in this very scary looking position until they're ready to attack their prey. One thing that you'll find in all of these different lands at the gates and beyond the gates into Atlas and beyond is that these places have tribes. They have native people that were settled there a long, long time ago. And I'll try to get into as much deep lore of that as I can. There is a lot of it, and I will not be able to get it all in, so I apologize for the lore purists. I'll just be glossing over some of them, but I'll mention the ones that I think are important. For instance, here at the Sentinel Gate, the Senti people are who kind of run the joint. Each of these tribes is split up by chieftains, and a chieftain rules a certain part of the tribe, and these Senti people are known for not getting cold. Obviously, the areas around here are pretty frigid, and they can get really low in temperature, and these people are known for being hardy. They don't even wear coats. Kind of just walk around naked and they don't even get cold at all. There are other smaller little islands that dot the Sentinel's Gate that were founded by Argentinians, by people from Germany, by people from Spain. All sorts of colonies like that were started many years ago, and the people that allegedly live there now are descended from those. Anyways, that was Gate 104. The next gate I want to mention is the Tiger's Gate, and you can kind of see where this is going just by the name. Now, this break in the ice wall is on the western side of it, so it's on this side, but I think it's that side for you. Whatever. This break in the wall is known for its hilly and harsh environments. Hot springs, volcanoes, and running rivers run wild through here, and the land is untamed. And of course, the gate is named after the tiger species that lives here, known as the Tiger del Glaciar.
And as you can see, they're breaking down each individual entrance and pathway. It gets deeper and deeper as the show goes on.
Glacier, which is just the tiger of the glacier. These are physically massive animals, not too dissimilar to the saber-toothed tigers that we know. These things possess extreme hunting capabilities, and they stalk their prey for days. They can jump and bound like an insane thing. The native peoples of this Tiger's Gate area are very large, very hardy people, and they're actually so strong naturally that they fight these tigers in gladiatorial combat in some of the colonies, which I think is pretty cool. The peoples brandish obsidian weapons because obsidian is rich in the grounds here, and they wear the skins of the tigers that they kill. The majority of humans who have settled the Tiger's Gate area are of Spanish descent, save for a few British colonies here and there, but where are those not? The people who live on the islands of the Tiger's Gate make their way, get through life by fishing and hunting. They are specifically known here to hate and detest pirates. They can't stand the idea of them, so they always try to ward them away and keep them off. The Tiger's Gate is really not a very common gate to go through if you're an explorer going beyond the ice wall, partially because of how dangerous. It is to get there, and then the people not being too welcoming of pirates and those who travel there. Moving over to the eastern side of the ice wall, we have another very difficult, but probably the most famous exit through the wall itself, known as the Leviathan's Gate. This entrance is known far and wide from sailor to sailor for the depths of its. attract water and the things that hide beneath. The water is extremely choppy and aggressive, and giant leviathans and mosasaur and fish swim in the surrounding areas. Weird-looking whales swim around this area as well, and you can hear their calls if you get close enough. Those who do live in the Leviathan's Gate area are typically from French or Scandinavian descent, but there are other varying ethnicities as well. The land here in the Leviathan's Gate is jagged, it's coarse, it's like the mountains appear to be teeth clenching down on any passerbys. The Leviathan's Gate is extremely dangerous to those who are not used to its waters or those who are accidentally stuck there, and it's known to be a very deadly watery grave for many a sailor. Strange things lurk in the waters below the Leviathan's Gate. The final and the most popular of these gates is the Serpent Gate. This is the entrance through the wall on the northern sector. And the Serpent's Gate looks completely different from the other areas I've described. The region is covered in these dirt and rock outcroppings that appear to be stalactites on the ground. These weird mounds are located on the grassy plains that make up the Serpent's Gate. Now, fitting with the theme of the other entrances, like the Sentinel, the Leviathan, and the Tiger Gate, this Serpent Gate is named for the large sea serpents that swim around the waters here, as well as other giant snake-like entities that call this gate home. Large labyrinthine snakes swim in the water, and they contort their bodies in these mesmerizing fashions, shimmering and shining in the delight of many a sailor, and also the death of them too. The Serpent's Gate is mainly home to descendants of Asian and European countries, but there are other places as well, like a few South Americans and so on. And fitting with the other gates, there is a tribe of native people here known as the Serpentese, and this group is hallmarked by their clothes. They wear the skins and the scales of the serpents that they kill in battle. They wear them as sort of a trophy, kind of like how old hunters used to wear the hides of the animals they killed in the frontier days, which also, that's just pretty cool. Like, imagine walking around with this like blue snakeskin cloak on. Pretty cool. And all things considered, the Serpent's Gate is normally monikered as the easiest gate to get through to get to Atlas. So anyways, those were all the gates. That's how you get through the ice wall. Those are the openings, the breaks in the ice. That's how you get to the first new world that I'll be discussing, which is Atlas. For the rest of this video, I'll be going over the land masses, the cultures, the creatures, and the lore of all the continents and everything like that in Atlas. It's 1:46 in the morning, bro. I'm trying. For the sake of the video, I will be going over each of these continents and all the lore and stuff that they have in this order. It's a counterclockwise motion. We'll start here with Thoth, and then I'll go up and around and around and around until we get back. And that's how I'll structure the video, if that makes any sense at all. Thoth is first, and it is nicknamed by people who were there and travelers as the Nomad Continent. The lands of Thoth were settled by peoples from South America over 8,000 years ago, and more recently, they were discovered by our good pal Magellan back in the 1500s. Allegedly. Now, sailing the seas beyond the Antarctic ice wall is very dangerous for many reasons. Giant dinosaur-like creatures, humanoids that have no head but their eyes are on their torso, carnivorous environments that want to eat you. These are just a few snafus explorers like Magellan might encounter in this new world. So when Magellan was injured because his boat was crashed into by another careless captain, and as a result he was thrown into the ship's wheel and suffered a concussion, he needed somebody who can fight on his side and to help him get what he deserves from this incident. That somebody might be Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm. Morgan & Morgan has over 1,000 attorneys that operate in all 50 states. So you know you'll have someone to back you up wherever you're at. If you're seriously hurt, like old Magellan was, your injury could be worth millions. And Morgan & Morgan do not settle for lowball offers. Insurance companies often lowball their clients. So it's very important to Morgan & Morgan that they fight to get you the money you deserve if you become their client. They achieved significant verdicts in the past couple months for victims that were involved in life-altering crashes, like $12 million in Florida, which is 34 times the highest insurance offer, or $26 million in Philadelphia, which is 40 times the highest insurance offer. And the best part is it's absolutely free unless you win. If you ever got seriously injured, your case could be worth millions, and you're only a few clicks away from potentially changing your life. It's so easy, and you can start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/go, and let's get back to it. By the year 1830, the nomad continent of Thoth was lived in and inhabited by several different ethnicities from across our known Earth. Now, Thoth was first inhabited by the Yagan-descended Bay Ninjor peoples, which again, there are a lot of pronunciations in this video, and I will be getting a lot of them wrong, because there's no rules for what's beyond the ice wall people. But those Yagan people were the first to come through the Sentinel Gate way back in the day, and the Sentinel Gate, of course, is right up by Thoth. The natives here are known as the Norgdri, the Fasciati, and the Bay Nungior, all of which descended from some sort of Norseman tribes from Europe. The land of Thoth itself is wide and expansive, with tons of different climates and cultures and animals. The landmass and the continent itself that Thoth is known to move. It physically moves in the water, and it does full rotations around the ice wall every so often. A full rotation around the planet of Atlas takes it about 1,500 years to complete, which seems like a long time, but that's really not that long in the grand scheme of things. But for the majority of the land, it is a cool and temperate place with thick biomes of lush vegetation and animals that scurry beneath the leaves. Hidden rivers and lakes and ponds dot this landscape, and the summers are warm and the winters are cold. And because of this, the natural animals that are from Thoth have adapted to change their environments based on the changes of the seasons and the fact that the entire continent rotates around Atlas, which is crazy. Thoth is home to a multitude of strange creatures and entities that I can't explain all of them. These animals often live alongside the nomads that inhabit the continent. The Bayoshad is a large marsupial creature that lives in the Follower Islands off of Thoth. It's known to be fast and aggressive and stealthy, and nearly silent when it walks and hunts. The Hargul is a large armored mammal that kind of resembles a shaggy bear. The biggest distinction between the Harguls and the bears is that Harguls have these large chitin armor plates that are on them, sort of like dinosaur armor, and these plates protect their upper halves. Northern terror birds also inhabit the upper reaches of Thoth, and these are similar to the creatures that roamed Earth many millions of years ago. Now, the majority of the creatures that reside on the continent of Thoth are mammal or bird-like in appearance and their nature. And you'll notice themes as we go through the different continents. Some can be birds, some can be lizards, some other kind of animals. There are dinosaurs and whatnot, which I guess dinosaurs are just big lizards, but I digress. Thoth is one of the more normal kind of places that you'll video beyond the ice wall and in Atlas. So just buckle up because it's just going to get even crazier as we move down over to our next landmasses, Min and Nevis and the Avalons. So Min and Nevis and the Avalons are two separate island peninsulas that exist over this direction from Thoth. Min and Nevis is known far and wide as the Isles of Deception, as all the natural wildlife that inhabits its islands is known for their camouflage and their ability to blend in with their surroundings. But specifically, the most enigmatic feature is that the plants on the island will look like animals, and the animals will look like plants. All living beings on the Isle of Deception have kind of adapted their bodies to warp and change their chemistry to look completely different and take the appearance of completely different things. And because of this natural effect, not much is really documented about the Isles of Deception. All we know is the tales that the sailors have of how you shouldn't go anywhere near it because you can't trust anything on them. Moving over to the Avalons, these are twin land masses that are kind of right next to each other. And these Avalons are really full of strange and interesting entities. The two land masses themselves have been nicknamed the Nexus of Fantasies, which is kind of a crazy name, can't even lie. And when you hear what I'm about to say, you'll understand why it's called the Nexus of Fantasies. It is said in the great histories of the world beyond the ice wall that these lands, the Avalons, were founded by Camelot. That's right, the original kingdom of Camelot is said to have founded the Avalon lands here. And their descendants in this modern day still live there. Allegedly, this happened because in the olden days, the two sister islands of the Avalons were once connected to the ice wall. And the kingdom of Camelot, when it disappeared and left in disgrace, ended up finding it, staying there, and then continental drift happened, and that's how we get the Avalons where they're at now. When the Avalons split from the ice wall, you know, they were obviously icy and frozen. They changed when they moved further south, and now they're mossy and primeval and almost something you'd see in a storybook. Thick fog and trees and rivers and valleys and everything of that nature flows through these sister islands. Misty skies and steep waterfalls and dragons and knights and that sort of thing is what inhabits the Avalons. Creatures that look to be out of fantasy novels take their home here. Giant beasts of fantastical proportions are said to live in the trees as well. And everything here, like I said, is just living up to the name, the Island of Fantasies. It just makes sense. It seems like this medieval, amazing heaven you could visit. The people that live here now are descendants, like I said, from the feudal European people that settled the area, and they still kind of behave the same way. They have battles and armor and shields and spears, and they're not really evolved to the degree that Earth is. Further below the lands of the Avalons is a place called Arthornia, which again, this lore is crazy. Arthornia is another land that is said to be started or founded by an old world tale from Earth. It's said that their foundation goes all the way back to Merlin and King Arthur, and all the people that followed them left and they came down here in disgrace. Arthornia is home to massive forests, just giant proportions, and deep rocky valleys. A race of Neanderthal-like natives lives in these valleys as well, and they live in small huts. The full reaches of Arthornia are not fully known, just because there's not enough people to go searching for it. Moving over, we have the beautiful lands of the Dasboga. This is a massive island chain, kind of off by itself in the ocean, and the islands themselves are made out of these weird crystal-like things. These crystalline rocks glow extremely bright against the sun that orbits Atlas, and this causes many different colors to reflect and to refract on the ground and towards passerbys. Ruins of great and ancient civilizations are here on this crystal island, yet no one knows where they came from. Moving further around, we get to a place known only as the Islands of the Blessed. These lands are not connected by actual geography, by culture, or by people. They're just kind of all there together, so they're all lumped into the Islands of the Blessed. The environment in some of these lands is so lush and good for growing vegetation. In fact, you can fully grow plants in just a mere few days here. Because of this, the archipelagos on these islands are teeming with large trees and other sort of plants and vegetables and fruits. There's an island in this chain called Genro that is so thick with brush that you can't even inhabit it. The entire island is just trees and leaves and vines. People have attempted to burn the vegetation and kind of move on to the island, but it all just grows back in a day. There are also other islands in the Islands of the Blessed, like the Malandantes and the Bamboo Celestes. These islands are covered in seagrass and bamboo forests, again, teeming with life. Several of the islands here are covered fully in gigantic flowers and Venus flytraps and things of that nature too. Overall, the Islands of the Blessed are known far and wide for their scents and their smells and their fragrances because of all the flora and fauna here. Moving up and around again to the next landmass at a lightning pace, I know, but there's so much lore that I can't cover it all. I apologize. But next we have the continent Cuerva and Cabola, also known as the Land of the Lizards. This entire area is full of a vibrant and rich culture. Fertile lands, beautiful scenery, and of course, lizards, and giant lizards at that. Tons of species live here. These places are said to be not too different from the tropical islands in the Caribbean from our Earth. The native peoples that live here are known to hunt and coexist at the same time with the lizards. The lizards are vibrant in their personalities, in their patterns, in their mating rituals. All of it is so unique. It's like an island of Komodo dragons and giant other flightless dragons and stuff. There's a group of people known as the Nashivoyo who live here, and they were said to come from the island of Madagascar from our Earth. Specific lizard species like the tattooed lizard, the shedskin lizard, and many other types of actual specific breeds live here on the islands, and they're all hunted or farmed or used in various ways and methods. The people that inhabit these islands are also known for their equality in their politics and their economy between men and women. Even though they're kind of like tribal and a little bit underdeveloped, they still have great ideas of equality, and the women are able to buy and own their own land and property and farms and that kind of thing too. Good for you guys. Continuing to move along below this ice wall, we have the next huge continent on the list, known as Patatia. This grand mass is located beyond the opening of the Leviathan's Gate, and it was settled by the Ottoman explorers of the ancient ages. This land is the first prehistoric type mass that I've talked about today, and those early explorers from the Ottoman Empire, they found dinosaurs and giant brontosauruses type things walking around here as well. The land is covered in deserts and forests and bogs and other swamps. Armored sauropods walk the plains with their clubbed tails, and ankylosaurus type creatures that are known as pangolins live here as well. Gigantic crocodiles swim in the swamps here and up the streams, and massive man-sized lemurs leap through the trees. It's pretty much just like the old dinosaur days that you'd see from a movie or something. Giant horned frogs range the plains and the prairies, and
shout out to everybody tuning in, man. You know, like I said, just breaking down pieces and pieces of this island. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have a continuation because it seems like it's people kind of going to sleep and everything. Some people coming in, hit that like button, hit that share button, that subscribe button, that follow button. Glad you guys can tune in. We'll finish this up with a part 2. Unless y'all still, if y'all still up, I'll keep it going, but we can do it tomorrow with a part 2, and we can go into a little bit more depths and deep. But I think the name of that land I was talking about was called Farmer John. It was Farmer John was a black emperor that inhabited Europe before the white people took it over.
What?
Before they gave it was a black dude, and he took the Nubians. He took the Nubians beyond the ice wall, and they got land out there, and they named the continent after him. It's called something John. I think it's some Saint Farmer John or something like that. Yeah, I gotta check it out. I'll keep it up. I mean, I thought y'all was sleeping. I keep it going.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and get off too.
large
I
bird.
didn't know it was 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So we can definitely
So yeah,
continue this tomorrow.
yeah, I got the back call. The street lights are on. Good night. Yeah, we'll definitely finish this up. Salute Queen, salute Jake Green, C-Mac, everybody that came through, hit the panel. Salute to the chat, Kitty Frappuccino, and everybody that stepped
Hey,
up and
Kitty.
came through.
Yeah, it was really a nice lesson today. Use your
Oh, no doubt,
platform for
no
something
doubt.
good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're gonna have a continuation, and we'll finish it up today sometime. I'll probably go a little early.
Okay, just let me know. Peace and
All
love.
right, then, Queen. All right, Queen Love. All right, Jay Green, hold it down, brother.
Corey Moe.